Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. Jasmine, I have a question for you.
Sure.
If I wanted to order business cards, for the chapter, for me as president, as opposed to handing out my personal business cards, is asked to have them, or do I have to order them from somewhere else?
You order them from somewhere else. I can give you a template if you send me an email.
Okay.
But you actually do order them from somewhere
Okay.
else.
That's what I wanted to make sure. All right,
Yeah.
because I said I need to stop handing out my personal business cards because I'm I'm running out.
I hear you on that one.
So if I get some Astor business cards, then I won't run out as quickly.
Right.
All right, so I'll send you an email asking for the template. Matter
Okay,
of fact,
thank you.
I'll do it now while we're on, because I'll be forgot down the road.
Understandable. So we have almost 50 people registered for this meeting, so we're going to give people a little bit of time to get in.
Is there any particular place you guys order them from?
I'm not sure. I have to ask. I'll ask Michelle when I get
Okay.
Get that. Good morning. Good morning. We're going to give some people some time to get in, so we might not start exactly on time. Because we have almost 50 people registered for this meeting, and right now we have like 7 on. So I want to make sure that everybody gets counted. So it might take us a little bit of time to get in. But thank you all for showing up on time. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're going to give people probably an extra 5 minutes to come in. So we'll probably get started at around 9:05. As I was seeing earlier, we do have about 50 people registered for this session. So I want to make sure people have time, a little bit of extra time to get in this morning. And shout out to all my West Coast people. I know it's early for you guys. I appreciate you guys being on. And in the future, when we do these recaps, I promise they will start at 10 or 10:30 and not 9 a.m.
Ellen, we missed you in Chicago. It's great to see you. You must.
There we go. I see some more people signing in. Hello, hello.
Morning, Jasmine. This is Joanne with the Great Lakes chapter.
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
Good morning, Jasmine. This is Joanne with the Great Lakes chapter.
Good morning, Joanne. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good.
Good morning. This is Rob Hale with the Rocky Mountain.
Good morning, Rob.
Hey.
Good morning, Jasmine and all. This is Jim Killen from New York City.
Good morning, Jim, and welcome to the team. So for those of you who may not know, Jim is the newly approved New York City ASTA chapter president, attending your first chapter president's council meeting. So welcome, welcome, welcome.
Welcome, Jim. Congratulations.
Welcome, Jim.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We also have, I'm not sure, I can't see everybody who's on right now, but we also have several people who are looking to launch some chapters who are joining us for this meeting as well. Our chapter growth this year is going to be amazing. So I'm really excited for everyone who is joining us, either like new, have been here for years, are looking to start chapters. I think that's going to be great. Let's see, where are we at on time?
Jasmine, Tracy will be on. She had a doctor's appointment this morning, but she will be coming on as soon as she leaves her doctor's office.
Okay, thank you. It's 9:02, so we will get started at 9:05. And then this meeting is being recorded, and so I will post the recording to our YouTube page channel and send out the link to everyone as well. But I do want to be respectful of everyone's time and get started on time. So I can see that we actually have a lot of people joining us, but I can't see everyone as I am presenting. The more I expand it, the bigger it gets. This is great. Oh, there we go. Good morning. Good morning, Eddie. That's one I can see. Let's see, we still have a few people coming up. Oh. All right, we'll get started in one more minute. So for those of you who are registered via the Zoom link, I did send out 2 documents. One is the chapter officer guidelines document, and I also sent the chapter requirements and guidelines document as well. We'll be referring to both of those documents throughout our time together. I will also be displaying them up on the screen just because it might be easier for those of you who may be using a phone or do not necessarily have multiple screens. Here we go. Does anybody have any questions before we get started? Oh, I see more people jumping online. All right, it's 9:05, so I want to go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone. For those of you who I haven't met in person, my name is Jasmine Causey. I'm the Senior Manager of Chapter Relations at ASTA, and that basically entails that I am here for you all to help you all be the best chapter leadership that you can possibly be. I know I left about 15 minutes for introductions, but we're going to ask that everyone put their name, their chapter, and their position within their chapter in the chat as your introduction. So that's your name, your chapter, and your position within the chapter. I'll put that up on the screen. So office or position within the chapter. And if you could put them all in one block, so it's like your name, then like, for example, Jasmine Causey, ASTA headquarters, I guess, Senior Manager is what I would put in the chat. Thank you so much for doing that. And at this time, I'm going to ask that any regional directors who happen to be on introduce themselves. So Mike, I see you on first. So if you can introduce yourself and the region that you cover.
Good morning. I'm Mike Weingart, and I'm based in Houston. I represent the South Central region.
Thank you so much, Mike. And then I see also that we have Eddie on.
Yep, Eddie Woodham, Regional Director, Southeast Region.
And Eddie also, oh, go ahead, Eddie.
Chapter President, South Florida, and the Chair of the Chapter Presidents Committee Council.
Eddie also serves as our Chapter President's Council Chair. Linda, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself.
I am Linda Philippi, and I'm the, what am I? I just got out of bed. It's so early. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm the Regional Director of the Pacific Northwest, and also on the Board of Directors, yes.
Yes. My promise to all my West Coast folks, first off, thank you so much for being on this call. We will probably continue to do these recaps throughout as we meet, just for people who can't make it and it's just a good idea. But I promise you, these recaps will start no earlier than 10 a.m. from here on out so that it's a little bit easier for my West Coast people. I apologize. I would have made that change had I not already sent out the schedule. Are there any other regional directors on the call who would like to introduce themselves? I can't always see who's all is here, but I think Lois might have popped on.
I popped on. I'm here.
Can you introduce yourself and then the region that you cover as a regional director?
Okay, I'm not putting on my face though.
That's
This is
fine.
Lois House, Northeast Regional Director. I cover from Delaware Valley north to Maine, west to the western edge of New York State and Pennsylvania. So I have 12 chapters, I think.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I know we'll have several other regional directors who will join us later on. I'm not seeing any at the moment, but speak up. if you
Can I
are.
also just say welcome to Jim Killen?
Yes. Welcome, Jim. All right.
Thank you, Lois.
You're welcome. Glad to have you on.
All right, so anyone who hasn't had a chance to put their name in the chat, please put your name, your chapter, and then the your position within your chapter. And we have a few members of ASTA staff who will be listening in today. I see Christina Salute, our Director of Membership, is listening in right now, and she'll be presenting later. So I just wanted to introduce her briefly. Great. So with that, let's keep this moving. Okay, so our 2021-2022 vision for the chapters. So we're expanding your chapter through leadership. So engaged members make good committee members. Good committee members make great officers. Great officers, of course, make excellent chapter presidents. Excellent chapter presidents make amazing regional directors and ASTA Board of Directors members. We want to make space for members at the level where they are most comfortable. They might not think that they can be a chapter officer, but they might be willing to serve on a committee. And then once they see that, oh, I see what this committee does, maybe I do want to be a chapter officer. And then when the time comes, if the presidency is open, I would consider being a chapter president. The point is here, we want to allow space for everyone to serve should they choose to serve. We want to constantly be building up a line, if you will, of people behind us as chapter leadership who are ready to take the reins when we decide we want to retire, in my case, to Turks and Caicos. So when we're ready to move on to other things, we want to make sure that there are people behind us. This meeting is focused on the requirements and guidelines for chapter officers, as well as the requirements and guidelines for chapters. We're going to focus a lot on the very basics within this meeting. This is the last meeting where we're going to be spending this much time on the basic items of chapter requirements and guidelines. Our future meetings are going to be focused on strategy, specifically how we get people into these positions and what these positions look like practically in our chapter. But for this purpose, in this meeting, we're going to focus on what those requirements and guidelines are. Any questions here? All right. So speaking of requirements and guidelines, chapter requirement number 1, all chapter board positions are filled and maintained. Before I go into this guideline or this requirement, I first want to say I am watching the chat. So if you have questions throughout, please do not hesitate to ask. This is going to be pretty heavy as far as material goes. I know some of you are hearing it for the second or third time. But if you happen to think of any questions, please put those in the chat and I will answer them. And of course, my regional directors or anyone actually who happened to attend the previous meeting, if there's something I forget or something that you found helpful, please either put it in the chat and I'll read it or go ahead and unmute your mic and speak up. So let's talk about our chapter board. So the terms chapter board and chapter executive board are actually synonymous. I know in different places, especially in the template for your chapter bylaws, you'll see the words chapter executive board. But after talking with our general counsel, Peter Labasso, he and I determined that what is meant by chapter executive board is the chapter's just board. So the two terms are synonymous. There isn't a board and then on top of that, an executive board to be separated from the board. I know that's how it works on the national level at headquarters, but that is not how it works at the chapter level. So the chapter board or chapter executive board consists of all positions who are listed as officers in your chapter bylaws. The chapter board is responsible for planning the chapter. As such, they should meet regularly to plan meetings and present ideas to the chapter. Others with chapter leadership positions like committee chairs can be invited to board meetings, but they do not have a vote if there is an item needing a vote. The positions that are on your chapter board, I'm sorry, let's continue this train of thought. So your chapter board members and committee chairs are appointed by the chapter presidents. Suppliers cannot be officers and cannot sit on the chapter board. They can attend board meetings as non-voting committee members, but they cannot sit on the board, nor can they be officers. And so I'm going to list the presidents. So your chapter board positions that are required are your president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and your YPS representative. Your president will appoint the rest of the officers and the board and the committee chairs. The vice president and secretary positions can be combined if necessary for the operations of the chapter. We ask that you do not combine your president or treasurer positions with other positions because of the amount of work required of both of those positions. Your YPS representative is a required position, but you will not be penalized if you do not currently have one. YPS is the Young Professional Society. It represents travel advisors who are 45-ish and younger. It was said before, and I don't know who said it, but if they basically said if you had a 5 in front of your age, you don't quite qualify for YPS. And I think that's really a good rule of thumb because YPS is defined as 45-ish and younger. But we do know that some chapters are having difficulty finding YPS members. So we encourage you to continue that search. Also, if you have chapter officers who fall in that age range, just let me know. We're not going to say, where's your YPS rep when your secretary actually falls under that. And that's perfectly fine. The idea from the ASTA's National Board when they proposed this was that we were bringing up younger leadership in the chapter system. So if you already have someone in a leadership position, such as president, vice president, secretary, or treasurer, who falls under this, then please just let us know and we'll make a note of that. You can also have a separate YPS rep as to expand the leadership within your chapter. We're going to go over some of the duties of each of these officers, but before I do that, I would like to answer any questions or take any comments if there are any. And you can put your questions or comments in the chat, or you can feel free to unmute yourself if you'd like. All right, so one of the papers that I sent out was this chapter board position descriptions. And so for the most part, these are meant to be helpful for you to kind of define the positions within your board and to fulfill requirements as well as define duties. Now, the chapter ultimately decides the chapter ultimately decides which officers do which item. And so before I move to this, it says, we have a question. So the YPS rep gets a vote. That is correct. The YPS representative on your board is considered an officer and they will get a vote along with your president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. And any other positions that you deem officers in your bylaws. So whether or not you get a vote is based upon not the person, but the position. And if that position in the bylaws is defined as an officer, then they get a vote. North Florida has 3 board positions that are YPS. That's amazing. Good for y'all. And you can do that. You can have multiple YPS positions if that meets the needs of your chapters. Questions about that before I go into board positions? All right. So your chapter president is responsible for making sure the chapter meets the requirements and guidelines from ASTA headquarters. To accomplish this, the chapter president should appoint chapter officers and committee chairs and delegate responsibilities. Delegation is essential to the job of the chapter president. Chapter president should make sure that their chapter board positions and committee chair positions are made public through multiple means of communication. Furthermore, the chapter president should make sure to be recruiting the next class of leaders by making space for those who may want to serve. Each chapter officer should be looking for someone to replace them. This I cannot stress enough. As chapter presidents, it's important to have a full chapter board that you then delegate responsibilities to. The amount of requirements that ASTA has of its chapters cannot be fulfilled by one person. And I've seen on multiple occasions, unfortunately, chapter presidents burn out because they're trying to do all of the work themselves. So when it comes to delegation, make sure you are appointing chapter officers and chapter committee chairs, if you use them, that you can trust so that you can delegate those responsibilities to others so that you can do the work of the chapter effectively. Under here, I've listed some responsibilities. You preside over the meetings, sign event contracts, make appointments. So when we talk about chapter officers, each chapter president has the power to appoint their officers. Once those officers are named and appointed, unless that officer chooses to resign, if an officer needs to be removed, that process is a process, and it goes through your regional director and myself to our general counsel to the ASTA National Board of Directors. The reason that is because they take the removal of an officer very seriously, and so they want to make sure there's oversight. So the short of it is chapter presidents can appoint their officers, but they cannot remove their officers on their own. They have to present a case before ASTA headquarters, which ultimately ends up with ASTA's national board for officer removals. Now, officers may resign at any point in time for any reason, and all they have to do is let their chapter president know that they are resigning. From my end, it is helpful if that person sends an email to the chapter president and the chapter president acknowledges that and sends an email to myself and their regional director. That way we just have a record of someone resigning. Also, if a new chapter president comes on and there is an existing chapter in place, then they can appoint new chapter officers, which do not necessarily have to be the same people who are serving under the previous administration. It kind of works like a presidential cabinet in that way. You don't necessarily expect that the next administration will have the same cabinet. Questions about that or comments? Wait a second to make sure anybody has. So again, you can put those in the chat, or you can just unmute yourself and say those. All right. So then this is actually kind of new. So several people had asked me, what does a chapter vice president do? In addition to stepping into where the president can't be, the vice president should, in our opinion, I worked with the regional directors and Christina on this, be the vice president essentially of membership. So they should be well-versed in the benefits of being an ASTA member, work to engage members at the chapter level, encourage local travel advisors to become members of ASTA and engage with the chapter. If a chapter covers a large geographical area, for example, some of these chapters go from literal like coast to coast in their states, like Florida, for example, then it is suggested that there are multiple vice presidents, each who is responsible for a smaller area within the chapter. So for example, if your chapter covers several states, or even it covers one entire state, having multiple vice presidents can be helpful so that they can each take an area of that state and be focused on engaging with those members in that area. We hope that then those vice presidents eventually will help to start new chapters in the area, because we do realize that several chapters cover several states, if not just within their state. It's too big to drive across from one coast of the state to the other, for example. Does anyone have any questions about this? I know this is new. Okay. If you do have multiple vice presidents, all of those vice presidents would then sit on your board because it's based on positions and they would all receive a vote. So the responsibilities there are to perform the duties of the chapter president, and absent of the chapter presidents, if there are multiple VPs, they should either divide the duties or decide who should take the duties of president. Chair or advise the chapter's membership committee, which we will go on over later. Work with the chapter secretary to create targeted messages to members regarding ASTA membership, and pull the membership lists or reports at least once a month. So when I talk about the chapter requirements and guidelines, you'll see that says chapter guideline number 3. On this page, you have chapter guideline number 3, which is to retain a sufficient percentage of the chapter's existing membership as reasonably determined by ASTA. What that means is we're going to be looking at each chapter's membership numbers, keeping in mind the items that are going on within their particular area. And if we happen to see a big drop off of chapter membership, we're just going to reach out to the chapter and ask how we can be of service. Sometimes there's something going on and there's a promotion we can run, or there's a competing organization that's, getting in the way, if you will, of ASTA membership. So we're just asking that you work with us on helping to build your membership should your membership drop off significantly. But we're also keeping in mind, for example, I know certain chapters have ASTA premium members within their chapter where all the premium employees have been assigned to that one chapter. I do a little bit of research anytime before I reach out. And so I know for a fact that sometimes if those premium members decide not to renew on time, what will happen is the chapter will have a sudden drop in membership. And so we take all of those sorts of things into account when we are looking at chapter numbers. Any questions about the chapter vice presidents? Any questions about the officers we've gone over so far? So the board in general, the president, or the vice president? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to the chapter secretary. So the chapter secretary is responsible for keeping and distributing a record of the activities of the chapter. So their responsibilities are to record the minutes, to send a copy of the minutes to the ASTA staff liaison, that's me, and their regional director. You also want to make a copy available of the minutes available to the membership, and they're responsible for chapter correspondence at the request of the president. For example, the president can request a special letter go out or anything like that. It is suggested that they work with the chapter vice president or presidents on membership messaging, and other duties may be assigned by the chapter bylaws. They also should ensure that the meetings are posted to the ASTA's industry calendar. So you'll notice in gray, it says chapter guideline numbers 2, 4, and 5. So guideline number 2 is to send the monthly newsletter to the chapter members using the preferred chapter emailing system to the list provided in Real Magnet. And we'll go over that later today. Guideline number 4 is meetings. So making sure that your meetings are posted and that you have your meeting and that they send the meeting minutes to the chapter, your regional director, and myself. And then 5 is the same thing, but for board meetings. Questions about secretary or that role? All right, seeing none. The chapter treasurer, in conjunction with the chapter president, assumes the responsibility of safeguarding the assets of the chapter and national ASTA. This includes handling financial dealings of the chapter, issuing payments, and being responsible for banking functions and preparing financial reports and statements. So then I have a list of responsibilities here, which is to pay all the bills and make prompt deposits into the appropriate accounts, to audit all the receipts to the chapter for sources for accuracy, act as the chairman or chairperson of the chapter budget and finance committee, which we'll go over a little bit later. They should prepare an annual budget. They should reconcile bank statements and submit monthly statements to the chapter board. prepares annual as well as interim financial statements of the chapter's financial standing for presentation to the chapter and to the national board as required, and report monthly or quarterly chapter bank balances on chapter board of director meeting minutes. So of these responsibilities, really the one that is, most of them are actually suggested. The one that is required is preparing the annual as well as interim financial statements. Those are the two financial reports that we ask you to turn in, which are very important to our status as a 501c6 nonprofit. And we'll go over the financial obligations of the chapter a little bit later. The other ones, of course, pay all the bills and make prompt deposits, you should be doing. But as far as being the chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee and reporting out, it is suggested that you report out on the financial health of your chapter to the chapter board and to the chapter members for transparency's sake. And it also just includes more people in the process of what is going on with the money within the chapter and helps the members to feel more comfortable with the chapter. So if that's something that your chapter is not already doing, it's something that you should definitely consider, at least on a monthly, if not monthly, then quarterly basis, making sure that the chapter board at the very least is aware of the financial statement of the chapter. And then also including the chapter members in that is helpful. Questions about your treasurer responsibilities, which we'll go over in a little bit more detail later as well. All right, seeing none. Your chapter YPS representative. So the YPS representative is responsible for facilitating the integration of the YPS or Young Professional Society membership into the existing local chapter. So we said they can facilitate the integration of multiple social media platforms and technology. They can facilitate YPS specific events, and they also should attend ASTA national YPS events. So for example, ASTA did several Zooms with the YPS members. They also had receptions for YPS members. Usually there is a reception for YPS members at almost every one of our conferences. There definitely was one at AGC. So if your YPS member is in attendance, then they should definitely attend the YPS related items. And then other duties as assigned by the chapter. So depending on the needs of the chapter, you all can assign other duties to your YPS your YPS board member. Other questions about YPS, or actually at this point, we have covered all of the required officer positions with YPS being required, but it's not punitive. And that if you don't currently have one, we ask that you just keep looking. Any questions about the officers in general, the required positions, what they do, or any comments thereabouts? See how we're doing on time. All right. So the last thing that we're going to cover then are committee chairs. So committee chairs are a great way to expand the leadership within your chapter without adding additional officers. We ask that when you create committee chairs, you are creating the committees so that they are serving your chapter. So we've suggested a number of committees, but all of those committees do not necessarily have to operate within your chapter. You just use the ones that are going to bring the best organizational structure to your chapter. So one that we suggest is the membership committee, which should consist of all the chapter vice presidents, the chapter secretary, and members of the chapter. They should work together to strategize member engagement activities. For example, if you are a chapter that covers one state in its entirety or several states or just a large territory of land, it'd be helpful for you to get together with your vice president and your secretary, who's probably going to be the primary user of Real Magnet, to pull lists. And then you can use your membership committee to essentially divide and conquer those lists. As Melinda pointed out in our meeting, a phone call does make a difference. So that phone call can make a difference, and having multiple people on your membership committee can help you to do that. So I just got another question that I'm actually going to go back and stop and answer. So it says, if we have a YPS member supplier who is under 45, can they be the YPS rep, or does the YPS rep have to be a travel advisor only? So the YPS rep has to be a travel advisor because the YPS rep is considered an officer of the board, and suppliers cannot sit as an officer of the board. So unfortunately, suppliers do not qualify to be your YPS rep because they cannot be an officer. All right, so also your committees, you can call them a committee, but they can be as big or small as they want to. If your committee only consists of 2 people, for example, if you have a vice president and 1 other person, that is fine. But if you're having a membership committee, for example, and you have another person on it, that person more than likely is probably going to be your next vice president, if they so choose to move forward with the role. So another suggested committee is the Chapter Budget and Finance Committee, which should consist of the chapter treasurer and members of the chapter. This committee should assist the treasurer in preparing the financial reports for presentation to ASTA headquarters and the chapter. So I'm going to answer the question that was directly sent to me, but let me finish this thought really quickly. So the chapter budget and finance committee can be 1 or 2 people or 4 or 5 people, depending upon the needs of the chapter. It is helpful to have multiple people working together on the requirements and paperwork that ASTA has. That way it's not necessarily all on one person. With that, you don't have to have a whole lot of people, but it does help to have at least 1 other person. And if you do have 1 other person, especially someone who's thinking about becoming treasurer, this could very easily be where your next treasurer comes from. Taking a step back from suggested committees, someone sent me a message that says, I thought we could have 1 supplier as an officer. So the answer is no. No suppliers can sit as officers on your chapter boards. That's actually something that's directly written in ASTA's bylaws, that suppliers cannot sit. And really it's because of the amount of influence a particular supplier could have if they were able to sit on a chapter board. So they are able to serve as a committee chair. They can be a member of the committees that we're suggesting now, but they cannot sit as a chapter officer. Later on, we're going to go over the calendar of items and some certain things that are due. But if you want to take this note down now, October 31st is going to be when your list of chapter officers, that is their name and email, is due to your regional director. And in saying so, we want to make sure that they are members of ASTA, and if they're listed as an officer, that they are not a supplier. So we will be checking that, and those are due October 31st. All right, back to suggested committees. Some other suggested committees we have are an event planning committee, which should consist of members of the chapter and can be chaired by a non-board member. This committee should be advised by the chapter president, and this committee should assist in planning the meetings of the chapter to include, but not limited to, figuring out locations, speakers, and sponsors. So that this is helpful. And I see some comments about supplier committee, and I think that's great, because that helps to keep the suppliers engaged. Also, if you have an event planning committee and you want the event planning committee chair to be a supplier who can help you get, meeting spaces in the area, that's also a good way to engage supplier partners. You can include supplier partners on any of these committees. The event planning committee, or whatever you choose to call it specifically, what we had in mind is it would help the chapter president to plan the meetings. Sometimes it's a lot on chapter presidents to find the speaker and find the sponsor and find the location. So the event planning committee could assist with that as well. Another highly recommended committee is the ASTAPAC committee, which should consist of members of the chapter and can be chaired by a non-board member. This committee should focus on the ways that chapters can raise funds for ASTAPAC, as well as ways to inform the chapter membership of the importance of ASTAPAC. So ASTAPAC, or ASTA's Political Action Committee, That is money that we donate in order to help further our political ideas. So in Washington, D.C., in that sense, you have to pay to play, if you will. And with that, we support members of Congress who support ASTA. Some of the results of our ASTA PAC work, we're having the travel advisors and ICs included in the PPP loans and the EIDL relief that had come out during the pandemic. So that's the result of the work of ASTA PAC. So as a chapter, we do suggest that you do have an ASTA PAC chair, that chair, which may be 1 or 2 people or 10 or more, however the needs of the chapter work. And we encourage all chapter officers, as well as every chapter member, to donate to ASTA PAC. There is no requirement for you to donate to ASTA PAC. And the way I like to think about it is we like everyone to donate something, whether it's $2 or $200, every little bit helps. Some other suggested committees are the Community Engagement Committee, which should consist of members of the chapter and can be chaired by a non-board member. And this committee should focus on the ways that chapters can engage with their local community and should work with the ASTA PAC committee to decide where matching ASTA PAC funds go. So if you reach the goal as set by ASTA headquarters, we do provide matching funds for other nonprofit organizations. So for example, if you have a local organization that your chapter has worked with and you want the matching funds to go there between the Community Engagement Committee and the ASTA PAC committee, you guys can decide where those matching funds go with help of the membership. Another suggested committee is the Fundraising Committee, which can also be chaired by a non-board member, and should be advised by the treasurer in that sense. And it exists to raise funds and assist in the operation of the chapter. This committee should also strategize ways to increase chapter participation at ASTA national events. Last, we have suggested committee we have is a Technology Committee, which should consist of members of the chapter and can be chaired by a non-board member. This committee should focus on educating the chapter on new and relevant technologies in the travel industry, or that can assist with the travel business. This education could come from members of the committee or those who the members of the committee bring to present to the chapter. For example, if there is a new travel booking technology, this committee could be responsible for helping to find experts in that area to present to the chapter on that new piece of technology. Also, this committee could put together trainings for things like Excel and Microsoft Word and the higher functions of Excel to help members better with their businesses. Again, all of these committees are suggested. Only use the committees that are going to be beneficial to your chapter. So you don't need to create committees just to create committees, but you do want to have committees that'll help share the burden of chapter leadership. In addition, committees are a great way to expand your chapter leadership to include more people and allow them to engage with your chapter at a higher level. So with that, that concludes our officers, committees, committee chairs. So I'm going to ask that if you have any questions, to please go ahead and put them in the chat before we move forward. I'll give everyone a second to do that while I check on time. Or if you would prefer, you can always just speak if you'd like. Let's see. All right, so we're a little bit ahead of time, which is actually really good because this next part is going to, this next part I can actually borrow sometime from, which is going to be great. I'm not seeing any questions. And also, if you have a question, please know that I personally can't see you right now because I'm in presentation mode. So please feel free to put it in the chat or just speak up. Okay. So seeing none, we're going to actually jump into Real Magnet so I can show you this next requirement, which is to send the monthly newsletters to chapter members using preferred chapter emailing system to the lists that are in Real Magnet. I will send out the slides as well, so you can send them to the board members. I will send out the slides in their fullness, if you will, after the conclusion of this meeting, so probably before the end of this week. Yep, I went backwards, I apologize. So this is actually this requirement has actually changed, because before we were requiring you to send your letters through Real Magnet. While that is still the easiest way to send your letters, we do realize the difficulty that some members and some chapter members were having with that. So rather than asking you to send the letters through Real Magnet, you can choose to use an alternative system such as MailChimp or whatever you like if you want. All we're asking is that you regularly go into Real Magnet and pull your membership lists so that you're sending to the most accurate list possible. Now, the membership list in Real Magnet will update every 24 hours with the exception of your prospect list, which updates once a week. Also, we require you to resend your chapter communications to myself as well as your regional director. Both of us, depending on where you are, have already been added to your lists in Real Magnet. If you choose to use an outside system, again, that is perfectly fine, but you will then need to manually add myself and your regional director to those lists. So briefly, how to pull a list in Real Magnet, and then I'm going to actually show you how to do it. So you're going to go to contacts, and then under contacts, you're going to go to groups, which sounds a little counterintuitive, but your chapter is considered a group by the system. Once you go to groups, on the upper right-hand corner, you will see a search bar. I suggest typing in the letter CHP until you know exactly what your chapter is called. And then once you do, you can type in more search terms. The more specific your search terms get, the less your results. So I try to type in as little as possible and then page through the results. When you get your list, you're going to see this on the right-hand side of the screen. You're going to want to take a look here, which shows you the number of contacts. In order to get an accurate chapter list, you want to make sure that you are pulling both your available members as well as your suppressed members. So let's talk a little bit about suppressed members. Suppressed has nothing to do with their ASTA membership status. Suppressed is a status within Real Magnet that means that there is some sort of interaction that they had with Real Magnet that has caused their email to be suppressed. So what sort of things happen? If they have too many bounce backs, for example, it'll say that they have a bounce back. If they unsubscribe for one or more lists, they'll say that maybe they're unsubscribed. If they report us as spam, then it'll say we'll have report us as spam. And I will show you, since I have extra time, where to find all of those things. So before we go to the next part, let's just go ahead and actually jump into Real Magnet so I can review where we were. So when you log into Real Magnet or HireLogic or however you would like to prefer to do it, because its full name is HireLogic actually bought Real Magnet. So that's why you see it called multiple things or Magnet Mail. You're going to go to contacts, just like we said, and then you're going to go to groups. Again, because your chapter is a group. There are 1,336 members or 36 entries on here. That's a lot of groups. So you want to start searching in order to limit the amount of groups that you're seeing. All the chapters start with CHP. So that's a good place to start. Some of them are CHP dash, some of them are CHP underscore. Once you know the exact name of your chapter, you can start to search by that exact name. But since I'm not looking for a particular chapter, I'm just going to search CHP. And then let's just take a look at the Alabama chapter, for example. So you notice that the Alabama chapter has, they're actually missing other members. There is actually a list missing, so I'm going to go back to that one, but we'll take a look at Arizona because they have a great example of what I'm talking about. Let me go back. So again, we're going to go to groups and we are going to go, I'm actually going to search CHP and then underscore and then A. So I can get a little bit, there we go. So Arizona, let's use that one as an example because let me tell you the different types of lists. So Arizona, you have your Arizona active supplier and other member lists, this first list here. This list contains your supplier members who are listed as suppliers within your chapter. It also contains other members. Your other members include your FTPs, which are your future travel professionals. They will also be listed in this list. Anything that's not a travel advisor is going to be listed in this list or consider a travel advisor by our system. You also have your active travel agent list. So your active travel agent lists are those membership types that are considered travel advisors within our system. So not suppliers, not future travel advisors, not DMCs, just your travel advisors. This is a good list to have and to pull if you have a supplier who is requesting that their membership, or I'm sorry, that their presentation or lunch and learn or whatever is only open to travel advisor members versus other types of members within ASTA. You also have your all active members, which is going to be a combination of the two lists, your active travel supplier and other lists, as well as your active travel agent list or travel advisor list. These three lists update every day, sometime in the morning for most of them. This last list is your prospect list as determined by ASTA. So chapters have the ability to upload their own prospect lists, but ASTA automatically designates certain people as prospects for your chapter if they started the membership join process but did not complete it, or their membership has lapsed. Now, there is a bit of a lull between the lapse of membership and when they get uploaded to the prospect list. So prospect lists update every Sunday. And so if they expire, for example, or sorry, if their membership expires on a Wednesday, they'll drop off of the active list and be put on the prospect list on that following Sunday. So there is a bit of a lull there for the prospect list. And those are the four consistent lists. And you'll notice that Arizona actually has some other lists. These lists were manually uploaded by the chapter, which we'll go over in a later presentation. But you can tell because the last time they were updated, you can see it was updated last in October or in February. And that is perfectly fine. You are able to update, you're able to upload your own lists. If you do upload your own lists, however, you have to manually then update those lists so that they stay updated. The other lists, the ones that are provided by ASTA, are automatically updated because they are dynamically tied to ASTA's database. So what that means is the information that you're seeing on this list is the same information that's available to ASTA headquarters through our database. This is the easiest way to give you all access to our database without actually putting you in it. And surprisingly, Real Magnet is less complicated than our actual database. So this is a better way to get your membership lists. All right, any questions right now about lists, who goes on what lists or anything like that before we move on to pulling those lists?
Hey, Jasmine, this is Jim from New York City.
Hi, Jim.
Do we need, well, since I'm brand new here, do we need specific ways to log into Real Magnet or Higher Logic?
Yes, so each chapter has an @asta.org email address that corresponds directly to the the chapter president's email address. Since you're just coming on, I will have that email address essentially forwarded to your email. It's what's called a vanity email. So if I send an email, and I want to say that you guys are New York ASTA at asta.org, but don't hold me to that. So if I were to send an email to New York ASTA at asta.org, it looks like to me, I'm sending it to New York ASTA, but to you, it's going to come into your regular inbox, whichever email you have provided for ASTA. And so that is the vanity email that you will actually use to log in to Real Magnet. Every chapter has an @asta.org email address. Most of the time, those email addresses go to the president. Sometimes they do go to a secretary or a general chapter Gmail, so that other chapter members can access it as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Jasmine. Yeah,
Yes.
hey Jasmine, it's Sharon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So about the customary list, so to do that, you would just pull certain agents out of like the main list and put them in, like just say we wanted to do a list for 3 areas, like, zip codes or something like that. So what would we do? Search the main list for the zip code and then create a custom list, like to say this is the zip code, 19145 Delaware Valley Transfer Agent.
Yeah. So you can, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So when we do create that list and just say a new agent joins, would they automatically go filter onto that custom list?
No.
Or we would have to, okay.
Any list that you manually upload into the system the system says, okay, that's their list. I'm not going to touch it. So any list that you manually upload, you then have to manually update. The only lists that are the only lists that will update automatically are those that are dynamically tied. So for your example, if you're separating out by zip code, which I do think is a really good idea, then every once in a while, you're going to want to re-pull those lists and re-upload them. The good thing about it is you upload the list and you create a group, and you can have the system just add to the group rather than delete the whole list or what have you. So depending on your purposes, and I'm going to do a Real Magnet happy hour probably in October. So we'll go over specifically how to manually upload your own lists and how to edit those during that time.
Okay.
You're welcome. Other questions about lists before we dive into actually pulling one? All right, seeing none. Can you do a duplicate? So I just got a question about doing a duplicate check in Real Magnet. So here's the thing. If there are duplicates in Real Magnet, there are duplicates in IMIS in some ways. So what happened is we as staff also have the ability to manually upload lists. And for the longest time, instead of utilizing the lists that were in there, we also manually uploaded lists. So it created duplicates in Real Magnet, as well as in our system in IMIS, which is our database. So if you identify duplicates, I can help you dedupe things by either deleting the appropriate count or what have you. But unfortunately, it doesn't allow you to do duplicate checks because it is thinking about emails. So for example, there shouldn't be the exact same email in there twice, but there might be an email in there that's one letter off, or there might be in the email that's under a different name. So that's where we end up with duplicates. And so it's a bit of a process to get rid of those. But if you let me know who they are, I can help you do that, and also check our database, because the one thing about Real Magnet is every night or every week, depending on the list, it looks at our database and says, what does the database have that I don't? And it makes any changes that it sees from the database, which means any changes that you make in Real Magnet, with the exception of very few, won't hold overnight. So depending on what your duplicates look like, you may need my assistance to help undo some of those, just because if you undo them in Real Magnet, it's going to look at our database at night and just redo everything you undid. Long story short, get me involved to help you with duplicates and anything like that. Record changes, updates, and stuff like that. I'll show you the search feature and you'll be able to see where you can make changes. But again, you want to make changes in either the member's profile. The member should go in their profile and make changes, or they should get help from ASTA headquarters to make those changes so that those changes stick. Other questions about lists? All right. So we're looking at Arizona's all active members, and it says that there are 151 which are available and 112 of which are suppressed. Okay, so we're going to click the blue 151 so we can start looking at where it says subscribe. So what this means, this subscribed means, is that if the Arizona chapter were to send out a meeting invite or communication right now, all of these people should receive that invite because they are subscribed. They're not being held back for any reason whatsoever, so they should receive it. So when you have your subscribe list, what you should do is go over here to your right and the arrow pointing down to export this report. So you're going to click there to export, and it's going to tell you that your export has begun and you'll be notified when it's ready. If you wait a little bit, it'll tell you where the status is for that, so you don't have to worry. And while it's doing that, you'll see that you have a brief kind of summary of what's on your report, but this is not the full. So then it'll say your export has finished processing and to start your download now. So you want to go ahead and start that download. Now this download is going to go wherever your downloads go. So I'm currently in Google Chrome, which I would suggest you use for this system because it's Real Magnet's favorite browser is Google Chrome. So for me, my downloads, I have them set to go down here to the bottom of my screen. When I open it, I'll show you guys now that it's open, you'll see that it's a very convoluted CSV file. So one of the first things I do with this file actually is save it and save as, and I will change it to an Excel workbook because Excel workbooks are going to be a whole lot easier to work with than a CSV file for formatting reasons. And then I will put, I will name it, and I would suggest you use a similar naming convention, chapter list, and then I will usually put the date. I would suggest you do the same so that you know when you pulled this list. If you're pulling a list once a month, for example, either at the beginning of the month or at the end of the month, then you should be naming your list with the appropriate date. That way you know how far you've come, what kind of progress you've had. You can run some reporting, which I'll show you all how to do at a different time, of who is missing from which list if you're comparing the lists month over month. So now I have my chapter list. I have it as an Excel workbook. I'm going to click save. Since we have quite a bit of time, because I actually allotted a lot of time for this session, I'm going to actually take you through this list. So the first thing that I do with this list is I actually rearrange all of these columns. The arrangement of the columns is system-wide. I have asked them if they can change the arrangement of the columns, and they told me no. I'm going to keep asking until they do. But column A, the recipient ID, you do not need. This column is actually related to Real Magnet and not to their membership. So you can actually go ahead and delete that. You have their zip code, which you can keep. I have a tendency to move it, so I will take this and cut it and then paste it after their address So see address 1 and 2, and I'll just insert cut cells, and now I have the zip code. Date updated, you do not need this. Recipient phone, depending on what you're doing, you may want to keep it or you may not want to keep it. Personally, I take it, cut it, and then move it until after their zip code. And you can really put this wherever you want to, but this is just my personal preference. Again, with state, I will take that and I will move it. Because the information that you're really trying to get to is their email and possibly their name. Date added, you don't need. And so if you're utilizing Real Magnet, then this is fine. If you're utilizing another system, you want to be sure that you are uploading as little information in that system as you need. For example, email, first name, last name, and possibly company. If you're using a different system, that's probably where it ends, where you need it. You probably don't need city and state, but I will go ahead and show you how I move those. You probably don't need fax, but again, you can keep that if you would like. And so then you have their email, their last name, their first name, their company, their address, address 2, if they have an address 2, usually, as you can see, that's like a suite or something. The city, the state, the zip, and then fax, and their phone number that they have listed in ASTA's database. We also have their prefix if they put one, their title, and some companies will have an address 3, which is usually, sometimes it's a building number. Sometimes in this case, it's just the United States for some reason. That depends on the system or on the person. And then you will have their custom field ID, which why this one shows as Arizona, I'm not quite sure, but typically speaking, that's going to be their membership number, which will most likely show up as 900 something. I'm just highlighting this for myself for later so I can check into that. And then you will have their memberships type, which anything you see ending in E, so COE, CONE, CORE, these are people, and anything COE or CONE, that's going to be employees. Things with R's in them, so CORE, are going to be your reps or the representative of those companies. You have some host E's, so that's going to be a host employee. PRE, that is going to be your premium employees. Core are your travel advisors. And one thing I do not see on here is INDRs. I'll send out a membership chart along with my follow-up so you guys can get an idea of what these membership types are. Another couple of things you want to pay attention to are your join date and of course your pay through date, because this is going to give you an idea of which members you need to be contacting, especially for your membership committee. The way that these both are read are year, then month, then day, which is a little backwards for the US, but it is year, then month, then day. So this person joined October 30th of 2014, and their membership is due to expire December 31st of 2021. Just a quick note about December in general. December represents our largest membership group. So a lot of your chapter members may expire in December 31st of this year or of any year. So around December is a good time for you to pull some membership lists and to reach out to people. And you can also reach out to them early. The chapter that is listed should be your chapter. If it's not your chapter, it is because either your regional director is not a member of your chapter, they have another chapter listed, or myself. Unfortunately, the date column, the zeros represents the time, but everybody is I'm sorry. In the date column, the zeros are system-wide, and unfortunately, we do not have a way to remove those. And we can't, I have asked them if they could edit the information, and I'm trying to work on Real Magnet to get some better reporting. But again, unfortunately, the reporting is system-wide, so that any changes that we make for the purposes of chapters are made to the entire system. So we're working with them to see if we can do something about that to make it easier for the chapters to pull, but right now it's not currently possible. And so after the chapter, all of these other items you actually do not need at all. So you can just ignore them. And these items are specific to different things that they have participated in that Real Magnet is also tracking. So the system reports that you're pulling in Real Magnet are system-wide reports, unfortunately. So it has more information in it than you will need. So you just remember everything after chapter you can feel free to ignore. So that's pulling one list in Real Magnet, just pulling your chapter list. I am willing to go over training for you all, for your chapter secretaries, chapter vice presidents, or whoever's pulling these lists. We can sit down and do a one-on-one. I also have 3 videos available on the chapter president's resources page that goes through this. My suggestion is that if this is difficult, or you just are not, or you're not wanting to spend the time doing this, I completely understand. This is one of the places, chapter presidents, chapter leadership, I suggest you delegate. For me, for example, someone who is familiar with databases, sorting this is actually no big deal. You'll see I did it in a few minutes. There are other people in your chapter, I can almost guarantee you, who can sort faster than I can. And so I would suggest reaching out to your chapter as a whole and letting them know that there is a need to assist with this sort of thing. And that person should probably sit on a membership committee or a technology committee that can assist with this. All right, so we pulled one list. We pulled our subscribed members. Those are members who are available for us to send to. The other one we want to do is we want to use the drop down to pull our suppressed members, and that's a different list. So your suppressed members, again, this has nothing to do with their ASTA membership status and has everything to do, if you see, with their interaction with Real Magnet. So you'll see that some people, they manually suppress. So that means someone went in and manually suppressed them, which makes sense because they're accounting at something. They have a generic soft bounce. They unsubscribed from all. A user not found. That means that Bert A. Marley at aexp.com, this person was not found. Bad domain, that is almost the opposite, which means that this half behind the @ sign was not found. The reason why Real Magnet suppresses certain emails is to protect the deliverability of all of the emails going through the system. If, for example, the @asta domain address were to receive well too many bounce backs, we could get what's called blacklisted, and then you wouldn't be able to receive our emails at all. So in order to prevent that, they suppress certain emails where they are being bounced back. So if you want a more accurate picture of all of your members, you need to make sure you're pulling both the subscribed members and your suppressed. So then you have a download feature here, and you're going to download them in the same way. It's going to give you a very similar report to the same as the one we just looked at. So we won't take too much time to go around in there because I would like to show you some search items. So I'll start the download. I will download it and open it. Once it opens, you'll see that it's very much the same, but I just want to show you all, kind of drive home this point about membership. You will see, I'm going to sort this, that this person doesn't expire, their membership does not expire under pay through date until 9/30/2021. They're, according to the system, they are an active member. What has happened is that there's some sort of interaction with Real Magnet has caused their email to be suppressed. So when do you run into this? A lot of times you'll get a contact from a member that says, hey, I heard that you sent out a chapter notification, but I did not get it. So let's go ahead and search Beth Cunningham. I'm just going to copy her last name, and we're going to use the search tool in order to find her and her specific record, because we do have extra time. So under the tools, I'm going to go to advanced search. But before I do that, since Cunningham is actually a pretty common last name, I'm actually just going to search her email and copy that. So I'm going to go to advanced search. Under advanced search, you have multiple fields that you are able to search under. I will say this, the more fields you search, the less amount of results you're going to get. So I try to search with as few fields as possible so that I get more of a chance to pull up the person that I want. So I'm just going to select email because that's something that I have copied. And then I am going to paste her email if it will allow me. There we go. And then I'm gonna hit search. And that's going to pull up Beth. And then we have several items that we can do for that. So the first thing, if you search something like an entire state, you can export that person, which is very handy. Anytime you see this button in Real Magnet, it means that you can export what you're seeing on your search feature. For Beth, we have the details of her account within IMIS. We also have the history of items that she's seen, as well as compliance, which you don't necessarily need to worry about. So let's go into the details of her account. So you'll see immediately, we'll say this recipient has been suppressed from receiving emails. I'm going to show you how to correct that. You will notice that you can edit these fields if you so choose. But when I was talking about the editing of the fields being undone at midnight, these are the fields that I was referring to. If I were to change Beth right now to Elizabeth, for example, in this system, it would stay Elizabeth till around midnight or so when this list updates, and then would turn her back into Beth. So what I would suggest is that if there is a member who is telling you, I prefer to go by Elizabeth and not Beth, then you will need to tell them to either update their ASTA account through asta.org or to reach out to a member of ASTA staff who can assist them. So with that, you can see that she is suppressed. So to modify suppression status, you want to go over here to this lock, modify suppression status. If we click the lock, it'll say this action will suppress. In this case, we're unsuppressing. To unsuppress her, all we have to do is unclick the checkbox so that it's clear, and then click go. And now you'll see the warning has gone away and she is no longer suppressed. We can also manually resuppress her by doing the same thing. So this is a quick way to figure out if someone is saying that they are not receiving your emails. That's one way that this is one reason why they might not be receiving your emails, is because they are suppressed. And you can use under tools, the advanced search, to search for their particular profile to unsuppress them. Now, you can see that they have a subscribe and unsubscribe. So I'm going to show you how I got to that. It's this kind of grid over here that says subscribe/unsubscribe. Another reason why they are not receiving your communications, and sometimes communications from ASTA, is that they have unsubscribed from one or more categories. So if you click that, you can see they can unsubscribe from ASTA Test. They have chapter events and chapter news. If they are unsubscribed from either of these categories, for example, if I unsubscribe them right now, then they're not going to receive your message if you put it under chapter news or chapter events. And this is really if you're just sending through Real Magnet. This is also the case too if they happen to, they might have the same issue if they're not receiving as well ASTA communications. But to resubscribe them, then all you have to do is click resubscribe and click OK, and then they're resubscribed. Fairly easy. The only thing that we cannot undo on our own is if someone has reported us as spam. In that case, we need to get Real Magnet involved to assist us with that. the last thing that I'm going to show you with the history is the history, or with their profile is the history. So you can look at someone's history and you can actually see whether or not they have received it. Maybe they received it, but they did not open it. You can see if they received it and they opened it and when they opened it. So for example, the travel agent daily template, if you click on it, if you click on the blue link, it'll show you exactly what it was that was sent to them. All right. And so from there, you can see, okay, it was sent on the 26th of February and she opened it on the 26th of February. So it's just a good way to see what they have. For example, it looks like her chapter sent her newsletter and I can see the newsletter, or a newsletter was sent to her. And then, but we can see that even though she received it, she didn't open it, which happens from time to time. Sometimes we just don't have a chance to get to our email. Right, so that was a lot of Real Magnet, kind of more in depth than what I had planned, but since we had a little bit of extra time, I wanted to go ahead and go over that. Does anyone have any questions about lists, searching, history, anything that we just went over?
Hi, I do. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Jackie with the Greater Atlanta chapter. So my question is about segmentation. So is there a way for specifically my concern, YPS, to identify who fits in that demographic, or is there a way to add some type of qualifying information where we can have that added to the database?
Yeah, so at the moment, we don't have a way to do that. We are working on it currently. YPS is self-identified, and right now we're having a bit of a challenge with getting members self-identify as YPS. So currently we do not have that. But if you reach out to me or a member of ASTA staff, we can help you to, we can help get you a list outside of Real Magnet of people who have self-identified as YPS. But I can tell you from the amount of people who show up at YPS related events, there are more people out there than have currently self-identified through the system. So I'm not sure if many of you have heard, but we are looking to upgrade our, we are looking to upgrade our interface and website. And one of the parts of the upgrade is that we're going to allow people to identify as YPS directly within their category and upon join, which will help us with these types of lists.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And Valerie French said we set up separate lists for segments, cruise sellers, luxury, etc. And that is actually a really good way of going about it. If you have these lists outside of Real Magnet, then you're welcome to upload those into Real Magnet and be able to update those as you see fit, as well as segment your membership and segment your communications. Any other questions about lists in Real Magnet or anything we've gone over thus far?
Yeah, Jasmine.
Yes.
Tracy Schatz with Delaware Valley chapter. So is there, you had mentioned a prospect list.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, okay, I was a little late to the call, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating something, but
no worries.
That prospect list, where does that come from? And is that like, I guess, yes. So the first part of that would be, where does that come from? And is that like inclusive with all, say, local agencies to us? Does that?
Yes.
So what I'm trying to see is that, can we use that as a recruiting kind of list as well?
So let me answer the where did that come from, and it'll also help answer the second question. So your prospect list consists of people who have had an interaction with ASTA, meaning that they have either allowed their membership to lapse, or they were a non-member who requested some sort of information with ASTA. And if you interact with ASTA's website and you get like a course, for example, and you start to fill up that process but don't finish, you end up as a prospect. So should you use it as a recruiting list? Absolutely. But it does not necessarily contain, or actually, no, it will not contain anyone who hasn't had an interaction with ASTA. For example, if you have a local travel advisor who has never heard of ASTA, they're not going to be on the prospect list because we just don't have open lists of travel advisors in that sense. But if they did interact with ASTA even a long time ago, just to sign up for a meeting, for example, but were a non-member, then they will appear on your prospect list. So that is the list that updates once a week and is provided by ASTA. What I would suggest, though, as for chapters, is to create a chapter-based prospect list of suppliers who have had no interaction with ASTA whatsoever that you can then manually upload and keep track of if you would like. Now, you will also have to keep track of, hopefully, when those prospects become ASTA members. If you've uploaded a manual list, you have to have them taken off of that list. But if they become an ASTA member, and they were listed on an ASTA prospect list or one provided by ASTA, then they will automatically be moved to the appropriate active member list. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, that helps. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions about lists and what have you in the whole that sense? I know there is a lot going on here with Real Magnet. Or would anybody like me to review the search process again for a member or the search process again for your lists? I'm not seeing any. Oh, there we are. I can see everyone now. All right, wonderful. Okay, so we are actually a bit ahead of time. So give me 1 second. Check one message. So thus far, just to recap, we have gone over chapter officers. We are also gone over chapter lists. So I want to jump back into our presentation really quick for my last slide on pulling a list in Real Magnet. So as I reviewed, someone asked, how do I name the list again? So if you are manually uploading a list, what I would suggest is that you start your list with CHP so that we, headquarters, know that it is a chapter list, do an underscore, and then do your chapter name if you're naming a list inside of Real Magnet. Outside of Real Magnet, if you're saving a list, you should save it as your chapters list and put an underscore and put the date. In Real Magnet, you don't have to save the list with the date because it tells you when it was uploaded. But outside of Real Magnet, you want to make sure that you are constantly putting the date. So we are asking, ASTA headquarters is asking that no matter what email system you are using, that you pull the list at least once a month. And then if you upload that list into another system, it's most likely going to be a CSV file that you're uploading into another system. So if you are using an alternative system, the format in which you download it is also going to be the format in which you need to upload it. So you might have to save it again. And then make sure that you are sending a copy or all the communications to your regional director as well as myself. It is important that the both of us are included on your list. If you're using your list in Real Magnet, we're already on there. And if you are not, then you'll need to just manually add both your regional director and myself. And we ask that you communicate with your chapter at least monthly. A great simple method of communicating, like a monthly newsletter, is as simple as, hello chapter, we had this meeting. Here's what happened at the meeting. Here's our next meeting. If you want to engage them further, you can ask them what sort of things would you all like to see in the meeting. I would say constantly, if you have a Facebook group or other sort of groups, like I don't know if any of the chapters do Instagram, but if you have an Instagram handle or Facebook group or any other social media, you should always be including that in your email so that newer members can find that information fairly easily. And that's just a good basic layout of what you can include in your newsletter. Also, any big celebrations that your chapter is having. Several chapters are having their chapter anniversaries coming up. And then, of course, promoting ASTA national events. is very easily done through your newsletter. So back to our presentation here, we went over looking at your subscribed and your suppressed, as well as downloading using that arrow that points down. And so if someone is not appearing on your chapters list, some questions that you can ask yourself are you in the correct list? For example, do they believe that their membership has not yet expired? And it has, and they've actually been moved from an active member to a prospect. Are they listed as the headquarters as a supplier and not a travel advisor? So you want to look at their membership type, as well as their membership status. So you'll see their membership status as A. That is an active membership status, but you have to be mindful of that and mindful of the fact that they can be an active prospect, which means they're not a member, but the record type is an active prospect, meaning they're a good person to reach out to, but they're not necessarily a member. Let's see where we are. All right. So before we go on to Christina's presentation, because I know we are running a little bit ahead of time by about 10 minutes, does anyone have any questions about anything that we have gone over so far? I know that it's been a lot. All right, we'll take a pause here. Are there any regional directors who hopped on who did not get a chance to introduce themselves earlier? I know Eddie introduced himself as well as Linda and Lois and Mike. Okay, hearing none there. Actually, I do want to talk a little bit about the regional directors in a moment. I didn't really leave a lot of space in the meeting for this, so I just want to go over it briefly while we have some extra time. So please allow me to pull up the chapter requirements and guidelines, which actually at the bottom of this lists the contact information for your regional directors. So there are 6 regional directors: Northeast, Southeast, North Central, South Central, Northwest, and Southwest. And I will be adding Southwest to this sheet. Our newest regional director, Layla Dada, was elected as the Southwest regional director at the CPC meeting that we had in in Chicago. I almost said Atlanta, in Chicago. So she will be added to this list when I send out the final list. Your regional director is your first line of communication if you have questions about chapter operations. They, as required by ASTA's bylaws, have served previously or are currently serving as they're currently serving as a chapter president. As such, they have the best information about how to solve chapter issues. If you are sending out communications to your chapter, you should be CCing your regional director. If you are sending out communications to ASTA headquarters, i.e. me, you should also be CCing your regional director. Basically, anytime you're sending an email out, you should be CCing your regional director so they are aware. They're the ones that I'm going to come to ask for a status update of what's going on with the chapters. This year, the regional directors will also be having quarterly meetings with chapter presidents in order to help to facilitate region-specific items. So we have Eddie Woodham, who is the Southeast Regional Director, who serves as your Chapter President's Council Chair. He serves as your Chapter President's Council Chair because he is the longest serving regional director on ASTA's national board and has automatically advanced to that position. Linda and Deb were elected to fill the other 2 seats that are held by regional directors on ASTA's national board. This is very important to note because as chapters, you have 3 representatives directly on ASTA's national board of directors. And then Mike and Lois and Layla are the 3 other regional directors. They do not currently sit on the board, but they are going to be extremely essential to the operations of your chapter. And with that brief explanation, excuse me, do any of the regional directors have anything they would like to add to anything that I have said?
Jasmine, I've just mentioned that Ron Deschambois also serves on the board as the newly elected SBN National Director.
Thank you for that. Yes, and Rhonda is also a great representation. We actually, as a chapter system, we do have a lot of representation on the board of either people who represent you all directly or people who just care extremely about our chapters. And that's going to be very, very important. So Denise put in the chat, please let that you cannot be a chapter president and elected board member. So yes, there is a multiple office holder rule that has been suspended for this year. So our bylaws currently state that you cannot be a chapter officer and simultaneously hold a spot on ASTA's National Board of Directors. That rule has been suspended as of the action of the board at AGC. I don't remember what day they took that vote, but that will be suspended for the year and so into 2022 and then re-evaluated at that time. So yes, Denise, that is correct, but that rule is currently being held in suspension. And Sonora, I agree. It is great to see representation for everyone on ASTA's national board. You guys have a lot of people who are rooting for you, including myself and all of ASTA staff, but you do have voices as well on ASTA's national board. You represent our largest group of volunteers, and it is extremely important to us that you feel like you are heard. Linda, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Nope, I completely concur with everything that you've said.
Thank you. All right. Any questions about, does everyone know who their regional director is? So let me just go ahead and actually pull up the map so we can show you where your chapter falls and who your regional director is within that chapter. So give me 1 second to pull up that map for you. And while we're doing that, I'm actually going to also show you the chapter president's resources page, because that's just going to be handy. So here's the chapter president's resources page. One of the easiest ways to get to it is just to search CPC, but you can also type in www.asta.org/CPC, and it's going to take you to this page. You do not have to be a chapter president to access this page, but you do need to be, as you can see, signed in order to get to the page. This is a living, breathing, moving page, meaning that if you want something on it and you don't see it, please let me know and I will make sure it gets there. And if there's something that I need to take off because it's out of date, also let me know. There are multiple trainings on this page, including my 3-part Real Magnet training, which I want to say is about an hour and a half in total, as well as other trainings. And you can access webinar recordings for ASTA. Last but certainly not least, I want to show you the chapter map briefly so you can see where your chapter lies and which region you are in. So make this map a little bit bigger. There we go. So this area up here in Delaware Valley, kind of moving north, that's going to be your northeast. So we're stopping right above Maryland. This area, which includes Great Lakes, Ohio, Maryland, and Virginia, that's actually going to be your north central. It's kind of a bit of a weird one, but it is your north central region. And this area down here is going to be your southeast right here. And I'm sorry, north central also includes upper Midwest as well. So south central is Missouri, Kansas, and all of this down here into Texas and Louisiana. Northwest is everything over here, including Alaska. And then southwest is going to be Arizona, New Mexico, everything over here, including Hawaii. And then Puerto Rico also falls in the southeast. All right. So with that, any last questions about regional directors? If you have a question about who yours is still, please feel free to reach out to me and I will help connect you with them. And so are there any questions there? Let me go ahead and minimize this. All right, and so we're running pretty close to time. We've got about 2 minutes. So with that being said, please allow me to introduce our Director of Membership, Christina Salou, who's going to give us a membership update.
Thanks, Jasmine. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, good morning, chapter presidents, chapter leadership. So nice to be with all of you today. Jasmine, do you want me to share or do you?
I have your slides up. I don't know if you can see them, but I can also allow you to share the screen if that is preferable.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know what's best. I mean, I can, either way.
Okay.
Either way, you can move through them, that's fine.
Okay, I'll move through them for me, just let me know.
Okay, great. It's nice to be with all of you. I'll be in and out throughout the day. So first, I just want to say just thank you all for your leadership, for your support of ASTA. We realize that this is a volunteer position. And we just thank you all for stepping up to the plate, for your leadership, for being a part of the local movement of ASTA, because we all know that strong chapters equals strong association. And that is, I always like to start off my presentation with a thank you to all of you, and to not end it with a thank you, but to begin it with a thank you, because we appreciate each and every one of you and all that you do, because you all help towards the goals of ASTA HQ, the goals of the association, the membership goals, all of that. You have a big part to play in all of this. And Jasmine and I are here to support you. So please know that you can call upon us. Sometimes there might be a delay because we are a small team, but we will get back to you, and we're here to support you in every way possible. So with that being said, I do want to get into my presentation. But first, let me just talk about, again, like I said, the small but mighty membership team, and just a few updates regarding our team. As you'll see, we do have a vacancy on our team. Our membership coordinator position, many of you knew Corey Bailey was our membership coordinator. He has moved on to another position. We are very happy for him, but he is no longer at ASTA. So we just appreciate his service, of course, but we are looking for a new membership coordinator. And tomorrow afternoon, we're interviewing 2 really great candidates for the position. So we'll see how that goes, but that there is an opening. So Andrea has Corey's inbox. So if you've emailed Corey over the past couple of weeks or so, you've probably gotten a response from Andrea. So no worries there. But prior, I guess, let me just say this, Corey reported directly to me, but moving forward, this position will report directly to Andrea on our team, who's a senior manager of membership. We also have Pam Bonin, that many of you know on our team. She's a director of strategic member partnership, and she works primarily with our premium hosts and consortia members. She does a great job with all of them, and that keeps her very busy. We also have, if you ever gotten an email or a call from Anna Graham, she's on our team. She is an independent contractor, their own business, but she works and helps us with retention. And so she's the one sending out emails, following up with people who have let their membership lapse. And we appreciate Anna. She's every Wednesday morning, we have our team meeting, and she's at every team meeting. So she's definitely a part of the membership team. So I included her on this slide. And of course, you all know Jasmine, and she's your go-to for all things chapters. But one thing I did want to highlight in regards to Bob's passing, Bob Douglin, his passing, Jasmine is now really the lead right now in regards to our international chapter presidents. And Jasmine is working with them because Bob primarily worked with them and worked with them in regards to our educational journeys. Many of them work closely with him on those. So Jasmine is really stepping into that role and making sure that those things move forward and we honor Bob's legacy and all the great work that he did with the international chapters. So if you have any questions regarding that, I know Jasmine can speak to it even more on what she's doing with the work she's doing with the international chapter presidents, but we look forward to continuing to work with them. So thank you, Jasmine, for that. And I had mentioned Andrea, our senior manager of membership, who you can go to for anyone who's looking to join, to renew, who's having trouble logging in. Andrea is also our go-to and our VTA expert on our team. So if you have any VTA questions or you need your date extended, if you haven't finished all 9 courses within the first year and you want to get that extended, or just all things VTA, Andrea is your go-to, along with Michelle Mueller, who's our educational director. But as far as on our team, it's Andrea. And then the great thing about our team is that we are cross-trained. So say I'm out of the office or Jasmine's out of the office, you can reach out to Pam, Andrea, and we can all really assist you in one way or another. So please don't hesitate to do that if one of us are out of the office. Next slide. And of course, these are just some emails to remember. Ask ASTA and the meetings email as well, meetings@asta.org. So with the meetings inbox, Mia Marcus, our events coordinator, mainly answers the meetings inbox. And that's for event registration, event changes, event cancellations, transportation, all of those kind of questions. You can have members email the meetings@asta.org email address. And then askasta@asta.org is our general inbox for all types of inquiries, membership and others. And then sometimes you'll see membership@asta.org that just filters into Ask Asta. So we use those interchangeably. So just something to note there, but definitely remember these 2 emails to reach us if you don't feel like calling, but these are the 2 main email addresses to reach the membership team or the meetings team. Okay. And at this time, the presentation, I really want to start by providing an update. I am providing you all with an understanding of how much membership dues accounts towards the overall revenue at ASTA. And this slide shows our business breakdown by segment for 2019, 2020, and our current 2021 budget. I think it's really important for you all to know this information and be armed with this data and this information, because it's not only just for the board, but it's also for all of you, because again, you are out there doing the work at the local level, recruiting new members, retaining new members, trying to keep members into your chapter, into the organization. So it's really important that you understand kind of where we're at and where we need to be. And this gives a really good breakdown of where we've come and where we're headed. So for 2019, membership dues accounted for 39% of revenue, and an almost tie, as you can see, with event revenue at 40%. 2020, as we know, was an unprecedented year for us. In a time of crisis, for our industry, advisors saw that ASTA continued to put our, like I like to call our mission to action. We had their travel advisors back, and in return, they joined their trade association in record numbers. So in 2020, we saw our membership dues, that percentage increased to 55% of ASTA's total revenue, which is huge and really unprecedented. And then this year, we continue to see an increase. You'll see, if you take 2020 out of the picture, because that was a very unusual year, and you compare 2019 to current, there is growth. Even though that you'll see we are down from 2020 at 47% compared to 55%. And there is a gap there. And we're making up that gap with events and FAMs. And we've stepped that up, and that is, I can't say enough, that's mainly due to the work of Bob and his work with the international chapter presidents, the FAM opportunities, the educational journeys. We stepped that up this year, and he really led the way with that. And again, we are just trying to continue his legacy there and continue that work. So there have been many FAMs and educational journeys already have been done to Latin America. We have upcoming ones to Hawaii, Romania, Italy, and we're all going to hopefully see those through this year and beyond. But with that additional revenue, it's helping offset the slight decrease we're seeing this year in dues, because we all know that advisors are still continuing to see a decrease in revenue year over year. Even though you all are getting bookings, we all know how that works with the commission structure. So, and ASTA is doing everything we can to close that gap and to work with our advocacy work. But right now we know folks are still hurting. And so our low budget numbers are accounting for that, just a slight decrease offset by the growth in events. Next slide. Okay. This next slide is really a great summary slide. I want to highlight two key outcomes for 2020. The first is that our dues for the year exceeded the 2020 budget. Huge, huge. We also, in 2020, doubled the number of independent advisor members, as you can see on the screen. December 2019, 1,956, just under 2,000. December 2020, over 4,000 independent advisor members. Huge, huge numbers there. And so, we're keeping up the momentum here, even into 2020, and you'll see on the next slide. But that's just a few key points for 2020 that were really huge. And it is huge because we know how rough of a year 2020 was. So we still, and like I said, this is all due to mission and action and mainly our advocacy work, as all of you know. But let's go to the right column. Let's talk about this year. A lot of good things are happening. And also I want to be transparent with you. But right now, we are forecast to meet our premium membership budget, which is great. These are our largest members. They pay a lot of money into ASTA for membership. And we've already collected, as of June 30th, 73% of revenue. Even more has come in since June. So we're doing really good among our largest supporters. These are mainly the consortia, the host, our large partners. Also, new membership dues are trending ahead of 2020. Again, this is due to mainly independent advisor growth. Still, we're bringing in new members like never before, even this year. In 2019, we're averaging probably 70 new members per month. We're averaging around 90 to 100 this year. And so it's just huge, huge there. And that's thanks to all of you, to our advocacy work. So I want to thank all of you at the local level for your efforts there and bringing the new members, retaining our existing members. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. Also, in April, we launched the chapter recruitment and retention competition. Congrats, Northeast region, for winning that, for bringing in the most new and renewing members. I know many of you asked what were the final numbers on that. I know Jasmine, I can get you that information. I know you're curious about how you all landed on those final numbers on new and renewing, but you did win, and congrats to all of you and to really all the chapters and the regions for participating. Really appreciate all of the work there, and it helped with the numbers tremendously and drive revenue. And just to be transparent, there is a decline in the supplier membership, and that I'm sure is no surprise to all of you. That as borders have been closed and the slow to open, that are many of our international suppliers, even domestic, they're still hurting in revenue, and it's just been a slow go on the supplier side. So again, we're going to continue to work with all of you and our international chapter presidents to bring back those suppliers into ASTA that have, you know, that their attention might not be on us, but we're going to remind them that, hey, even last year we grew. So this is the time to come back into the fold when you're ready, please, to rejoin. So we need to shout that message far and wide to those suppliers, and to make sure that if they're attending your meetings or virtual or in-person trade shows, that they are members, or that they join or they renew their membership. So please check the directory online, the supplier directory online, double check with myself, Jasmine, Andrea. If you're not sure if they're members or not, we can double check for you. But we make sure that they are members before joining your meetings or your trade shows or whatnot. We also this year in May partnered with the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, and we're continuing that partnership. We've got a few members have come in for that partnership. We're going to continue that. Partnership is very strong. Their CEO attended Global Convention. She was on one of our Ed Session panels. So we are hoping to bring in a lot of the hotel and other suppliers through this partnership on board to ASTA. So good news there as well to help offset that decline. And also in May of this year, we developed and implemented a survey to LAPS members. And I wanted to share some of those results with you from that survey. Next slide. Okay, so the survey results here from the LAPS membership survey. And a lot of these findings are not going to be a surprise to all of you, because I'm sure you guys are hearing it at the local level. First, 67% of LAPS inactive members discontinued their membership because they needed to cut back on expenses. No surprise there. LAPS members say they need a reduction in membership dues and a clearer understanding of the benefits and values to rejoin ASTA. Still not a surprise there either. The top industry-related topics of interest right now include travel protocols and guidelines, openings, requirements and restrictions, cruising, and wellness travel. And a lot of these topics were addressed at Global Convention through our education sessions, and even this week during we had the Global Convention online, and and so as some of the ed sessions were recorded, so you can go back and view those. So I'm so glad we were able to address a lot of the topics of interest right now at Global Convention. So that was definitely an upside to holding our convention. Almost 60% of survey participants were happy or very happy with their ASTA membership. So they're really saying to us that they let their membership lapse because, hey, they're hurting financially. It's not because they don't like ASTA or are unhappy with the benefits or anything like that. They're saying, I'm still hurting right now, and that's really the big story here. Also good news, more than half of survey participants were likely or very likely to recommend or encourage ASTA membership to their colleagues or industry partners. And we're always happy when folks, members share or try to to encourage others to join ASTA. So that's always a good thing. And I encourage all of you and to also to encourage your members and the folks that join your meetings to also, to encourage others to join. If they have a friend or a colleague that's an advisor, please to share why they joined, personally why they joined, why they continue to renew every year. I think that personal story, sharing why you joined, why you renew every year, sharing that advisor to advisor, peer to peer is huge. I can't say that enough. Huge, huge. Also, 40% want, 36% are very likely to rejoin ASTA in the upcoming year. And many of them said, hey, yeah, when we first launched this survey in May, they said, yeah, reach out to me in August, September, later on in the year, which we're seeing an uptick in renewals right now. So that's exactly what's happening, which is really, really great, is that, hey, I'm hurting right now. This was a few months ago. Let me see how I'm doing in the next few months. And that is exactly what's going on, is that folks are saying, I'm ready now. I've gotten a few more bookings and some money has come in and I'm ready to renew my membership, which is excellent. Also, 40% want someone from the membership team to reach out to them, which again, we are doing. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, this next slide, actually the next two slides really show that even through challenges, ASTA remains a thriving association. Just want to highlight a few different things on this slide and some of the things I've mentioned already. First, that supplier numbers have decreased. I've mentioned that earlier, but here are the numbers. You can see it here for July 2021 compared to other years, right? And we are implementing initiatives to help improve this number moving forward. But again, it is on a decline, and just continue at the local level, you all, to, again, any suppliers that come to you, that interact with you, just double check that they are ASTA members or that they are current. That is huge help to helping us get these numbers up. Also, you'll see that under the basic US travel agency, the reality is that some US member agencies close their doors. It's the reality of the situation of the pandemic. There are also many that are starting to renew their membership now that business is picking back up. So there's an upside. But overall, we are maintaining our growth. Again, if you take out 2020, which we did see an uptick in independent advisors, which is great, but if you take that out, you'll see that we're still holding on to growth. July 2020, 4,144 independent advisor members, we're still holding on to them. 4,054 independent advisor members, still members of ASTA, July 2021. Huge, 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 huge. And again, thanks to all of you for all the work to help keep that number over 4,000. So thank you, thank you. Also, another key highlight is that we've maintained premium member support. The interesting piece to this is that none of them have left the association. So the decrease that you see on the screen of 145 total premium in 2020 compared to 141 in 2021 is due to a drop in membership tier. Those 4 dropped from premium to US agency because of their due to the pandemic and the revenue that they were no longer bringing in, but they didn't discontinue their ASTA membership altogether, which I think is a big, big story here, that our largest agencies and largest members, consortia hosts, are still supportive of ASTA. It's a huge, huge story there. And again, helps to our revenue numbers. Next slide. Okay, and this slide, what I want to highlight on this one is that just the upward trajectory that we're still seeing. Total members, something to highlight, total members, that number at the top equals a combination of dues paying members plus the employees. That's the large number, the 13,355 on up number at the top. That's what you see there. So we started in January with a little over 13,000 total members. And as of the end of July, we are closer to 14,000 total members. And this is all happening despite the challenges over the past year plus, knowing that as a direct result of the shutdown and the pandemic, the average travel agency's business income was down 82% in 2020 as compared to 2019. And this is numbers from the ASTA survey that we just did. So we're still showing the upper trajectory. And so this is what that shows from January to now. And so dues paying members is the blue column, the blue column, and the employees are the red, the coral color. And then the total members is the numbers at the top. So still seeing that upward trajectory, and things are good. Things are really, really good for ASTA. I just want you all to know that, but we still have work to do on the supplier side, yes. and we still need to continue to retain our members from last year, and just keep the momentum up. And I just want to just thank all of you. I just want to show one more slide, no, 2 more slides, Jasmine. I don't want to show all the slides, but this next one, yes, that this really goes towards the guidelines that Jasmine is going over for the chapter guidelines, and it is for membership retention, to retain a sufficient percentage of the chapter's existing membership as reasonably determined by ASTA. That is the guideline. And so really what I want to touch on with that is just a few points, because many of you are already doing such great work, but just a few things to know. Next slide, Jasmine. Yes, a few points here I just want to touch on. Few things: visibility, diversification, personalization, and collaboration. First, visibility. Just making sure that this is social media, making your chapter present, whether that's making sure you're sending out your newsletter regularly, communicating with your members, on Facebook, social media. And there's one thing to have a Facebook page, and you might say, yeah, we already have a Facebook page, Christina, but are your posts really resonating with your chapter members, right? Are you getting a lot of likes on your posts? So even if you have a Facebook page, that's wonderful. That's a great start, but get into the weeds of it if you already have it. If you're doing posts, see how those posts are doing. Just making sure you're as visible as you can. And of course, we can help you with that. Our marketing team and can assist with that. Jasmine, I can assist with that as well. But just making sure you're as visible as you can. Diversification, what do I mean by that? Just what I've heard, especially at Global Convention, is that, and it's not a surprise because I'm even tired of Zoom, but many of our members are getting Zoom fatigue. But we know that with the Delta variant and COVID, that we still need to keep our members safe. So I realize that many of you have rolled back in-person meetings, which is fine because health is important and safety is important. But what I'm hearing is that, okay, if you're going to have a Zoom meeting, just switch it up a bit, even switch up the dates and times, because not everyone can make those dates at the same date and time every week or every month. So just diversify, switch it up a bit. Don't have the same suppliers on all the time. Don't have the same speakers, just switch it up. Maybe have a Zoom bingo or a Zoom happy hour. Just switch it up as much as you can. That's all. That's what I'm hearing from the membership, and I want to share with all of you. Personalization. What I mean by that is, it's right now with the pandemic and all of that, folks are getting inundated with email, Zooms. I know travel advisors are hearing from ASTA, hearing from their hosts, consortia, suppliers. It's just a lot is coming at them via social media, via email. It's just a lot. But a lot of chapters are doing very personalized outreach, like calling members personally. And I think that's a very nice touch. So that's what I mean by personalization. If you can have your membership coordinator or your vice president or someone on your board reach out to folks with a call or a personalized email, not just the email blast, I think that goes a long, long way for our membership. Even if it's just leaving them a voicemail message, they'll hear that and they'll say, wow, ASTA really cares. The chapter really cares. Even if I can't attend the meeting, I know that they called me and I know that they're there when I need them. Huge, goes a long way. And then collaborating with your fellow chapter members, as we're doing here in this setting, but also when we're not in this setting. So reaching out if you need to and getting best practices. Say, hey, how did you do that? Or I know you held your first in-person meeting. how did it go? Can we, if you have a neighboring chapter, can we join efforts? Can we collaborate on a Zoom meeting or our first in-person meeting? Can we come together in ways at the local level, but also collaborate with headquarters? And many of you have done that. So I'm not preaching, and saying that you guys are not doing these things, because I know many of you are. So collaborate even with headquarters. And many of you have, like you've reached out to Lauren on the marketing team, who's given presentation regarding social media, or myself and Jasmine, who've given membership presentation. So please continue to collaborate with us. We're here for you. Collaborate with your fellow chapter members. And that's really all I want to say about retention strategies right now, because I think you all are doing very, very well. Just continue. I know it's tough, and I know it's going to continue to be tough this year as we deal with the Delta variant and the pandemic as it is now. It's a tough go, but I like how I see you guys navigating as best as you can. So just continue the great efforts, and just thank you so much for your time. And thank you so much. Jasmine, back to you.
Thank you so much, Christina. Definitely for all of you chapter leadership, take the numbers and everything to heart. And also, if you have questions about recruitment strategies and different things like that, please feel free to reach out to Christina directly. She is extremely knowledgeable in everything that we do as far as recruitment strategy. She's taught me a lot about how recruitment should work on the chapter level, and a lot of what she has taught me, I have been implementing with you all as well. So if you need Christina's information, please do not hesitate to ask me. I'll make sure to connect you directly with her. Also, just brings up a good point. Ask the Staff is available to you to also help you with meetings as well. And so with that, please feel free to reach out to us if you're having a trade show or different things like that, especially like, for example, I'm in the Hampton Roads area, Christina is up in the Northern Virginia area. And so, you know, the chapters around there, definitely feel free to reach out, but other chapters as well. And we'll make sure an Ask the Staff person can meet with you. So with that, we are actually going to move on to our keynote speaker for our time. And while he's getting set up, I'm so excited to welcome Roger Rickard to our meeting. If for those of you who did attend the legislative day, you may recognize his face because he was a presenter there, but he's also just taking some time to present to us. So Roger, if you want to go ahead and share your screen while I finish your introduction. Can you? So,
I would love to, but I'm disabled.
Oh no, let me make sure that, there we go. Sorry about that. So while Roger is sharing his screen, I just want to tell you a little bit more about him. So our presenter today is Roger Rickard, and he is the guy organizations call when they need to advance their advocacy influence. He is the founder and president of Voices in Advocacy, author of 7 Actions of Highly Effective Advocates, and the host of the Voices in Advocacy podcast. Smart Meetings Magazine did a cover story on Roger's work. Successful Meetings Magazines named him one of the 6 people worth watching in the meetings industry. Meetings Today named him their inaugural list of meetings trendsetters. And Connect Magazine named Roger to their inaugural class of 15 over 50, even though he did not meet the age requirement. Roger is a big man at 6'8", a big thinker, and he has some big ideas for you today. Big ideas helping you today. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, author and advocacy expert, casually known as the big guy with the bow tie, Mr. Roger Rickard.
Jasmine, thank you very much. And you need to unshare your screen before I can share mine. There we go. That'll help. That'll get us going here. Okay, hold on 1 second here. We should be good to go now.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Jasmine, for the nice introduction. It's great to be with you today. I am 100% with you about the Zoom fatigue. As a professional speaker who had spent a lot of time running around the world speaking, I have not done that near as much as I would like to. So I get the Zoom fatigue and I get where we're going with that. So with that, we will just start on to today's presentation. Today, I'm going to talk about the 7 actions of highly effective ASTA advocates. Now, with that, those that have were in DC during legislative day, parts of today's presentation will be a little bit similar, but I've also added a lot of new content as well. And by the way, this presentation or any variation of these things would be available to chapters to use, because I firmly believe that one of the great values of ASTA membership is the power of your collective voice. And being the power of a collective voice is really about advocacy. And we talked about Christina mentioning numerous times about advocacy in her presentation. Advocacy is without question one of your big benefits. And they've done a fabulous job in-house at ASTA, doing all the wonderful things to help advocate on behalf of yourself and your industry, your customers, as well as you, the actual advisors. So let me take you back to January of 1989, and the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan, addressed the nation for the last time from behind the resolute desk at the Oval Office. And I'd like you to watch or listen to this 1-minute excerpt of that speech.
I never meant to go into politics. It wasn't my intention when I was young. But I was raised to believe you had to pay your way for the blessings bestowed on you. I was happy with my career in the entertainment world, but I ultimately went into politics because I wanted to protect something precious. Ours was the first revolution in the history of mankind that truly reversed the course of government, and with 3 little words: we the people. We the people tell the government what to do. It doesn't tell us. We the people are the driver. The government is the car. And we decide where it should go and by what route and how fast. Almost all the world's constitutions are documents in which governments tell the people what their privileges are. Our Constitution is a document in which we the people tell the government what it is allowed to do. We the people are free.
So I hope that you enjoyed that, heard that clearly. The president was saying, we the people are the driver. The government is the car. We tell it where to go, how fast, and by what route. And so here, as we look at this slide of the Constitution of the United States, the preamble starts with, we the people of the United States. It's the beginning 3 words that James Madison used on the workings of our government. Now, notice one thing. This document does not begin with I the king, or me the president, or even we the Congress. It begins with we the people. It is our responsibility. Daniel Webster, who was a 19th century statesman and US senator, said, it is the people's constitution made for the people, by the people, and answerable to the people. And we sometimes forget that. And I know that sometimes the elected officials forget that as well. So it's our responsibility to help engage them more in the process. And in the document of the Constitution of the United States is the Bill of Rights. So let's take a look at these Bill of Rights. How many of you believe in freedom of speech? How many of you believe in freedom of religion or freedom of the press? So do me a favor and use your Zoom reactions there to give me, under the reactions, give me any kind of a thumbs up if you believe that to be true. Thank you very much. I can see Michelle and Linda and Eddie, and I can't see all of you right now, but and Jasmine, thank you very much for doing that reaction for me. So let's dive into this a little bit. The First Amendment to the Constitution says the following, that Congress cannot establish a religion, interfere with your choice of religion, limit your free speech, limit free press, limit the right to assemble or your right to petition the government. That's right, your right to petition the government. It cannot limit that. The actual verbiage says petition the government for a redress of grievances. Redress, when used as a verb, is defined as to set right, to correct, to reform, to remedy or relieve, to adjust evenly out. And so with that, what can you do? Or what can your chapter do? Or what can the members of your chapter do? First and foremost, no matter how much we have, we need to constantly be growing our influence to make you even more effective and becoming an even stronger advocate on behalf of yourself, your businesses, your clients, and of course, for the entire industry and ASTA at the same exact time. So with that, I want to give a little shout out personally because of our friends down in Louisiana and the New Orleans area. The great Louis Armstrong, Satchmo Armstrong said, if you don't toot your own horn, there is no music. And so you need to play your music. That music, that instrument, if you will, is your voice, the power of your voice. And the more that you do it, and the more that you practice it, the better you become, and more relaxed you become, and more influential you become in dealing with that. You know, there's a saying often in politics, and particularly in governing, that if you don't have a seat at the table, you're on the menu. Let me repeat that. If you don't have a seat at the table, you're on the menu. So if you're not sitting there expressing the concerns of your business, somebody else is that may not want to help your side of the business, your side of the industry. So it's important to remember you've got to have a seat at the table. I want to do kind of go back to 101 for just 1 second here and say that advocacy, as defined, is the act of pleading or arguing in favor of something. Now, notice that it says in favor of. That's a positive connotation. I know that if we went out on the street and we asked people, what do you think of lobbyists? They would probably give us the thumbs down and probably give us a negative reaction to that. But if we're talking about themselves having the ability to speak out, to be a self-advocate, to protect your own interests, people would view that a little bit differently. So the advocacy meaning is it's really important to be able to talk about it's in favor of. It's not necessarily attacking somebody else in any way, shape, or form. It's about being in favor of. So I want to get you involved a little bit in this. So I have a poll question for you. Now, before, okay, Jasmine, I wanted to just simply say that when you look at the question, how many times have you taken any advocacy action on behalf of ASTA? Now, there's many different actions. Some of you, I'm sure, attend the legislative day every year in DC. You email or you call elected officials, you attend ASTA events, ASTA Zoom calls with members of Congress, maybe you contribute to the ASTA PAC, maybe you direct tweet to members of Congress, maybe you have members of Congress come to an event at your chapter level so that they can get a better idea of exactly what ASTA is and what it means. So you get the idea. So go ahead and please answer this question. I'm going to give you probably about 10 seconds now to figure out how many times have you taken any advocacy action on behalf of ASTA. I don't know if people are voting or not, Jasmine, I can't see.
People are voting, and it looks like we have about 78% of our participants have participated in the poll.
Wonderful. So let's go ahead and put up the results if you can. Look at that. Now, of course, I knew that we were going to have a large number here, but look at that. 43% of you, 11 times or more that you've participated. Now, that's because you're leaders and you're chapter leaders. But if we were to ask that question of your chapter members, do you think that we would get the same type of results? Probably not. But yet, as we go back and we talk about the value of membership and the power of your collected voice, the more that we participate in these activities, the better we are, the more committed we become, as members, the better we protect our industry. So go ahead, Jasmine. Thank you. And you can close that out now. I appreciate that very much. I was going to go ahead and show that. Let me see. Did I go too far here? Nope. Sorry. Let me back up there. So this is what I call my advocacy tree. And in the advocacy tree, there are 7 major branches of the tree. They're government, media, public service, brand, cause, industry, and people power. Now, I'm not here to talk about all 7 of those today, but that actually is a kind of fascinating look, because when I review all 7 with audiences, they begin to start nodding and understanding that advocacy is much more than simply the government work. But we're going to talk about 2 of those today. The government work. We've already talked about that a little bit from a standpoint of whose responsibility in the U.S. is it to participate in our government. But the other one we're going to talk about is the one at the bottom, the absolute people power, because you're the people. You're the people of ASTA. And so we're going to focus now on the people power of this. But I wanted to, as I mentioned earlier about lobbyists versus an advocate, I want you to fully understand kind of what a good lobbyist does. And they do great work. And you've got great ones at ASTA that are very well respected. Evan and Genevieve are very well respected in what they do and serve you very well. So what does a good lobbyist do? Before that, let me ask you a question, and I know it's very difficult in the Zoom environment to answer this, but you'll know the answer on your own. How many of you have a driver's license? How many of you remember either taking I see the hands going up and the thumbs up, that's great. How many of you remember taking either the written or the physical test to get your license? You know, we've all been there. I remember asking my parents for the car after I got the license. I'm sure that most of us at some point asked to borrow the family car or one of the family cars at that. I remember when my son first asked me, when he got his license, he came to me and he said, "Dad, can I have the keys to the car?" Now, what do you think the first thing I wanted to do with that idea? I wanted to kill it. So a lobbyist sometimes wants to kill a bill to keep it from going forward. In this particular case, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to kill that my son could not get the keys to the car because it's my car. And I want to make sure it comes back in one piece. What if he'd have said to me, "Dad, you know Susie. Susie, I want to take Susie to church tonight." Now, what am I going to say to him? I can't tell him, "No, you can't go to church." You know, so now he's amended it to make it more acceptable, hasn't he? And what am I going to do about that? But what if he would have came to me and he would have said, "Dad, you remember Johnny? Johnny just got out of jail for possession. Can I have the keys?" No, I think he's probably amended this to make it unacceptable. You know, he's not going to get the keys for him and Johnny to go run around. And is he pushing hot buttons? He's pushing hot buttons all the time in every one of the conversations. In fact, teenagers and 2-year-olds are maybe the best advocates or lobbyists in the world because they really don't like no. And they want to keep asking questions till they get to what they want. And that's pushing hot buttons. And then what happens if I say no? Now, if we were in a live audience, I could be looking out through the audience and I could tell you, I would be seeing people whisper, and either you've whispered it or in your head you've thought about it. Well, if I'm not going to give him the keys to the car, he's going to go to mom. And so he goes to his mother, and guess what? She doesn't want her car to go. So they form an alliance. And the two of them make sure that it's my car that goes and that my son got to use his car. That, folks, is the work that a lobbyist does. They, of course, in all these processes, they educate, they point out the keys of why they want to do what they want to do. But literally, we could boil down what a lobbyist does to 5 things. Well, guess what? A citizen can do the exact same thing. The citizen can work to kill a bill, to make it more amendable, to make it unacceptable. The citizen can put pressure on using hot buttons, engaging other people, allowing the voice to be louder, and they can form alliances with other groups. And essentially, through your membership at ASTA, you are the citizens of ASTA. So your work, and a lot of you showed that you've done a lot of work in the area of advocacy actions, your work is actually what a lobbyist would be doing. So I commend you for doing that. Now, remember, I pointed out the Reagan video, and in there he said that we are the driver, the government is a car. So we hold the keys to this car. We have the ability as citizens to change that. So I wanted to talk to you, if you look, remember the title of the program, it's the 7 actions of highly effective advocates, but it's the 7 actions of highly effective ASTA advocates. Now, I wrote a small pocket guide a few years back that helps people become even more effective and more influential as an advocate. And today, we're asticizing these 7 actions. So let's dive right in. The first of the 7 actions of highly effective advocates, believe. You must have a belief that what you do can make a difference. Now, we saw very effectively different things that ASTA has done that got changed. For those that were at Legislative Day, one of the issues was about Alaska cruising and being able to open it up without having to go to a Canadian port at the time. And literally 24 hours after all the work that was done at the Legislative Day for ASTA in May, it was passed. And so that's the work and the power of the collective voice. I created a belief system very early on. I got involved. Now remember, I'm a big guy. I'm 6'8" now. But when I was young, I was tall. I think when I was 13 years old, I was something like 6'2" at 13. And at that height, I started to get very involved in politics and worked on campaigns and did a lot of things and helped people out. And I did a lot of Shoe Leather Express back at that time. Well, at 18 and a half, I made the absolute wise decision to decide to run for office myself. Now, why I did that? Probably a young, cocky young man thinking that he could do that. Well, I did all the things you're supposed to do in a campaign. I worked hard. I raised a little bit of money, very little, but I raised a little bit of money and I went and knocked on doors and I asked people for their vote. At the end of the day, out of over 3,000 votes cast, I won by 5 votes. So now, can you see that my belief system, and I beat a guy who had already been reelected 11 times. In fact, he was in office longer than I had been on earth. So it was time. And I must have done something okay because I got reelected 2 years later. And then I decided that I had to finish up on the other things, had to finish up on education, had to move forward. But I believe, so the first action of the 7 actions is that you must have a belief that what you do makes a difference. We must start with that. You know, I love this quote from President Dwight David Eisenhower, and it says, politics ought to be the part-time profession of every citizen who would protect the rights and privileges of free people. Part-time profession. And I use this quote simply because of that. I'm not one that believes that because I'm asking you to do certain things to advance your own influence and become even more effective, that you have to do this all the time. Part-time. Speak out when you need to speak out. Do the actions that you need to take part-time. We don't have to change our lifestyle to accomplish great things in this area. So the second action of the 7 actions of highly effective advocates is you must be informed. Be informed. Know what's going on in your industry. So to asticize this, you need to know what's going on. Go to asta.org/advocacy. There's plenty of information. Now, I know I'm talking to the chapter presidents and the leaders and the people that support chapters throughout the country here, but I want to make sure that everybody knows that and that we can make sure that your members know that. And read Travel Advisor daily, because there's always a lot of information in there about advocacy and keep you up to date on the things that are happening there. So the second action of the 7 actions, be informed. You must know to be able to go. The third action of the 7 actions of highly effective advocates is your ability to discuss the issues. So discuss the issues. What does that really mean? Share your knowledge with your peers at the chapter events. Share knowledge at different things that you're doing. So even if you're having, you know, a kind of celebration and a fun thing, throw in a couple tidbits about the work that's being done or what they can do to reach out. Make it fun. I heard Christina talking earlier as I was on a little bit early before my presentation here, and she was talking about involvement with ASTA staff. If you need help about what can you tweet out, what can you email, I'm sure you can get in touch with Genevieve or Evan and the staff there, and they will help you create those things so that you can create influence. And by the way, we're going to talk a little bit more as we go along about ways that you can communicate. So the fourth action of the 7 actions of highly effective advocates is to actually get on the record. It's actually to voice your opinion about the things that matter the most to you. So I told you earlier, you can go to ASTA page on advocacy. Right now, there are 5 campaigns running right now, advocacy campaigns that you can participate in. And they also have a letter to the editor portal there that you can use. Believe it or not, letters to the editor are still very powerful because every politician of any merit, either themselves or their staffs, scour that area, the op-ed area, as well as the letters to the editor, because they want to know what's going on the ground in their communities. And they look at every one of the newspapers that are in their communities to know and learn that. So don't be afraid to speak out. Don't be afraid to share your story, because your story is effective. You know, I heard a comment earlier that, you know, revenue between 2020 to 2019 was down 82% in your industry. Well, I wonder how they would feel if they didn't get paid 82%. of their salary to try to do their work. They would want an intervention. They would want support. They would want help. And just by being able to tell your story, whatever that is, and however that is vitally important. And so I had said earlier, op-ed, which is the opposition to editors, and do the right thing, whether that's emailing, whether that's sending a letter, or getting on the air. There are a lot of communities that have local radio stations that have call-ins, and you can call in to talk about things and express your opinion. And I think it's vitally important that the more that gets done, the more the message gets out about the impact to travel, to your customers, and to your businesses. And when you do this, particularly using social media, don't forget to do @ASTA Travel Advisors, because the marketing communications people at ASTA will either retweet that, respond, support, anything else. And by the way, and I didn't add this into a slide today, but you can go to Twitter and ask to get a list of members of Congress, or you can go to members of Congress's page either at house.gov or senate.gov and look up your member, and they will put their Twitter handle on Twitter address on their page somewhere along the line. And believe it or not, even at US Senator level, a lot of them are doing their own tweets and watching the feed, as well as having staff watch the feed. So if you do that and you reach out and you're talking about things that are important to your business, your industry, and to ASTA, then make sure that you do that, because Twitter has become the thing that, at least at the federal level, the members themselves, the members of Congress, monitor themselves all the time. So let's move on to the 5th of the 7 actions of highly effective advocates. And that is to be a resource. What does being a resource mean? I'll share an example. Many years ago, on an issue, I went in with some other people into a congressional office that was actually in Wisconsin, and I am currently in Arizona. And we met with the member of Congress. We were talking about what was going on. And I said, listen, if you need more resources, if you need to know more information about this, please use me. Put me in your system so that you can reach out and talk to me, and I can help you out. And they did. And they reached out to me, and we activated a small army of people across the country that day, because there was going to be a pop-up vote on a particular issue. And we got that issue passed because they wanted, that member of Congress wanted the issue passed, and we were in full support of that. And by reaching out, I became a resource that became a conduit to other people. So be that resource, because you as a chapter leader have the ability to go back to your members and say, we need to reach out to Mr. or Ms. or Mrs. So-and-so as an elected official. So develop relationships at the district offices, particularly of members of Congress, and your state legislatures, both for policy issues and for constituent casework. It's really, really important to be known and to kind of be in their system of how they track people, because by being involved in that, you in fact are a part of their list of people, and they want to serve you, and they will serve you. Here's another quote, and I love this one as well, just because of the humor of who it comes from. A reporter asked him in 1948, would you be against lobbyists that are working for your program? The president replied, we probably wouldn't call those people lobbyists. We would call them citizens appearing in the public interest. Citizens appearing in the public interest. That is exactly what ASTA is. a group of citizens appearing in the interest of your industry. So on to number 6. The 6th action of the 7 action of highly effective advocates is volunteer. Now I know that I'm talking to a group of volunteers right now. I know I'm talking to chapter leaders. So A, thank you for your volunteerism. I know it's not easy. In one of the associations that I'm a member of, I just stepped down in June as being the chapter president, statewide president for our organization, and it's a lot of work, and I commend you for making that commitment and helping yourself and your industry out. So thank you for that. So under the volunteer of being a more effective advocate, if you can, please attend Legislative Day next June in Washington, D.C., June of 2022. You will be amazed if you've never done it, how important that event is and how important the members of Congress know your industry is. And I think it'll help rejuvenate you and bring people along with you. Bring as many as you can. Join ASTA because they do from headquarters either phone calls or Zoom meetings with congressional offices at many different times. And so you may be called upon to join one of those calls if it's in your state or in your congressional district. And don't be afraid to testify at state legislative hearings if there's something happening at the state level. You will get support. People will help you prepare for those hearings and make you well-rounded in your approach to dealing with the issues and the questions that may come about from that. And don't forget, if you're so inclined, volunteer in political campaigns. Because volunteers for political campaigns are the people the elected call back first. They're their most important customer because that customer helped them be successful at what they do. So that is the 6th of the 7 actions, volunteer. The 7th and final action of the 7 actions of highly effective advocates is contribute. Contribute. What do I mean by that? Okay, it's just like, the pastor coming around now with the collection plate. It's time to get money. Yes, ask your peers to join ASTA. That was discussed right before I came on today. We know that how important that is to the health and success of chapters, as well as the health and success of the overall organization. But you have an opportunity to also contribute to the ASTA PAC, the Political Action Committee that helps fund campaigns of people that we know support our issues and our cause and have a much better understanding of the value of travel advisors and the value of travel, period. But I wanted to make sure before we ended, and that was the 7th of the 7 actions. And so here they are in a recap for you. Believe, be informed, discuss the issues, get on the record, be a resource, volunteer, contribute. I bring up these 7 and I call them actions for a reason. You do not have to do all 7. You don't have to do them in the order that I listed them. You can do 1, you can do 2, you can do 3. You get the idea. They're not steps, there's actions. And from time to time, you may step in and you may step out of different actions. At one point, you may be asked to get on the record. At the next point, you may be asked to be a resource. So you have that ability, one way or the other, to create that influence through these 7 actions of highly effective advocates. So now we have another poll question. How many of the 7 actions of highly effective advocates can you commit to doing on behalf of ASTA? So Jasmine, if you go ahead and throw that poll question up, poll question 2 up. So here's your simple choice. 1, 2 or 3, 4 or 5, 6 or all of them. So I'd love you to vote now and get an idea. And I think I know where this is going just based on the fact that so many of you did, almost half of you did over 11 advocacy actions already. And so you probably, as you think about this, have already done many of those. So how are we doing with the answers?
70% right now.
All right. I want that number to be 80%. So I'm going to count down from 5 so that we can get to 80. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jasmine, where are we at?
Not quite 80.
Alert. All right. Well, let's go ahead and look at the results anyhow.
Let's see. Dropped a few.
That's all right. 50%. So 50% of you decided, have committed to doing 6 or all 7 of those actions. I think that's fabulous. That's great. That's leadership in action. I really appreciate that. We can go ahead and close that out. Then, Jasmine, thank you so very much, folks, for doing that. Whoops. There we go. So I wanted to share with you because I love quotes. This one comes from Margaret Mead. She's an American cultural anthropologist. And it really hits to the heart of what we discussed today. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. And if we think back to where I began today's presentation, talking about the Constitution, talking about the preamble, when we had the Declaration of Independence and we broke away from English authority at that time, and then we signed the Declaration of Independence, there were 57 people that signed that declaration. A small, committed group of citizens. You are a small, committed group of citizens working on behalf of your industry. And I know I get this all the time. And in fact, I thought Christina was going to use this analogy a little bit earlier, that I'm preaching to the choir. Sure, I am. The choir always needs inspiration, don't they? But however, to be a great choir, you must attend choir practice. You must be willing to open the hymnal, turn it to the page, the song that you all need to learn, and review and practice, knowing how to sing that song together. The more you practice as a choir, the better you sound. The more you practice as an advocate, the better you become at it. It's like anything else. And that old joke, how do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice, practice, practice. So with that, use the multitude of your ASTA voices, the voices within your chapters, to sound as one harmonious group to defend and protect travelers and you traveler advisors. I'm sure most of you have either been to Rome or would like to go to Rome. I wanted to share this as we close out and get ready for questions. Vox Populi, the voice of the people. I ask you, through your leadership, to be the voice for travelers and for travel advisors. I do this as a travel lover. I wouldn't do what I do for a living if I didn't love to travel. Keep up the great work. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for what you do as chapter leaders. And I'll be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have. And I don't know, I couldn't quite keep up with the things, Jasmine, in the chat as I was speaking, so I don't know if there's anything there that anybody asked.
Well, we've got a lot of people who said that this was a great great presentation, a lot of thank yous. So I just want to acknowledge that. Yes, a lot of thank yous. Several chapters are asking if you are available for chapter presentations as well.
Oops, I think we're getting feedback between you and me, Jasmine, but absolutely I am available. And in fact, I think Jasmine has a sheet that she can share with all the chapter leaders on how to contact me. I will go ahead and at least put my email in the chat here. Feel free to reach out to me. I can't type and talk at the same time. And make sure that I do it correctly. And there we go. But feel free at any time to reach out to me. In fact, on the sheet that Jasmine has, I have a special in there for chapters because of the work that I do. I love working with chapters. In fact, I've done so much work in the hospitality travel space, in the meetings industry space. I'll answer this. My career kind of began as a professional speaker as an accident. Now, of course, I always kind of spoke. If you're going to be a little bit of a politician at some point in time, you have to be able to speak in front of crowds and not be worried about that. But mine came, I'll share this story with you. In the early 1990s in the state of Arizona, a governor decided that he did not want the state to support with a paid holiday, the Martin Luther King Day holiday. I had a business much like many of you have. I had a small business that supported meetings and events. And in that business, when the governor made that claim on the Martin Luther King Day holiday, became the first boycott against travel to a state in Arizona. That boycott cost us one of the Super Bowls that we were to host here. It cost us in booked business almost $1 billion in booked meetings business in the state of Arizona. And of course, it cost Roger and his company money. And so I got very involved and we created the Arizona Tourism Alliance at the time with that. And I became a spokesperson for that alliance. And I met with a new governor. I met with the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, and we talked about the public fallout from this, and we addressed those issues. And I began speaking out. I then took action to be a volunteer myself by being a volunteer on the Government Affairs Committee for Meetings Professional International and Meeting Professionals International, based out of Dallas. And I then served as the chair of that. We tried to find a company to do the kind of thing that I do, to go out and try to inspire people to be more active. And we wanted a company to do that for the 60 chapters that MPI had at the time in the US. And long story, now short, we couldn't find the right company, the right fit. And I said, let me put together some things that I know from my background, my history, and that I know about the meetings industry. And let me put together a program and we will do a couple of focus groups with chapter events. And we did that. Within the next 2.5 years, I went back repeatedly to many different chapters, but I did approximately 180 chapter events just for MPI in that period of time. That's how this all began as far as my career and my background. And it began in the travel industry, if you will, under the hospitality umbrella, under, whether it's meetings, events, conventions, or, individual travel. So that's how my business was born, because of this industry. And I have a very soft spot for it. And I've given a special discount to chapters. So reach out to me and I'll be glad to do that. Any other questions or anything along the way there, Jasmine?
I'm not seeing any in the chat. So we'll give, just a few minutes if people want to go ahead and type their questions in the chat. But while they're doing that, thank you so much for joining us and speaking with our volunteer leaders. These members do represent some of our greatest advocates in the ASTA community. So thank you once again for coming out to speak with all of us.
Well, I'm happy to do so. Now I'm trying to figure out how I can, did you unshare the screen yet or not?
Not, you're still sharing your screen.
Yeah, okay, I gotta figure out how to make it bigger so that I can do that here. Let me do this, that might help me. For some reason, I cannot. I think I found it.
In the meanwhile, that is a beautiful picture.
Thank you. Monument Valley in Arizona. Okay. How can I get this to full screen? I can't, for some reason, something goofy happened. So probably the best thing for me to do, if there's no other questions, is for me to just get out of Zoom here. Let's see. There it is. I found it. It was hidden. Sorry about that, folks.
No worries.
That's all part of the Zoom stuff, huh?
Very, very much so. And I look forward to the day where Zoom is a alternative, not the main.
Exactly. It is. Well, folks, thank you for everything you do. I'm going to go ahead and jump off, Jasmine. People can email me. I think I put I put it in, put my address in there. If you will share that kind of speaker one sheet where they can look at topics. And by the way, the only other thing that I will share with you is that I can customize that. If you've got certain things going on in your state that you're aware of, we can make sure that we can customize that. I work very well with Evan and Genevieve in ASTA. And if there's certain things that we need to do specifically within that chapter, we would be very, very glad to do that. So absolutely. Thank you very much, Leah. And let's do an event in Arizona.
Absolutely.
Be well, folks. I thank you. Jasmine, thank you. Christina, thank you. And thank you to all of you for all you do.
Thank you, Roger.
Bye now.
All right, so before we dismiss for lunch, I realized we did that whole morning session with no breaks, so we're gonna break for lunch until 1:30 officially. I will be back at 1 o'clock to just be open for discussion. I'll be here to talk through some troubleshooting if you have some more one-on-one questions you'd like to ask me, but officially this meeting won't get started again until 1:30 since we didn't take any break during the morning time. So feel free, same link, just feel free to either sign off or sign back in and leave your computer on. But like I said, I will be back at 1 to help just facilitate any questions you might have thought of while you're at lunch. So thank you all, and I will see you either at 1 for some open discussion or 1:30 for the official start of our meeting, and we will adjourn until then.
good presentations.
Wonderful. All right. I do want to get started exactly on time at 1:30. We have restarted the recording. So if anyone comes in a little late, they'll be able to join us, but we're just going to go and dive back into our presentation. And honestly, if we end early, we end early. All right, so give me 1 second while I switch screens. And so at this point, I would just like to say, I will not be able to see you because I'm presenting from one screen. So if you do have a question or anything like that, please feel free to just speak up. And this is going to look a little, what you call it? There we go. All right, I'm gonna minimize you guys. All right, so we're in our chapter requirements 4 and 5, which is your meeting minutes. So post it, have it, and send it. We want you to post your meetings on ASTA's industry calendar. I cannot express how important it is that you post your meetings on ASTA industry calendar. And here's why. Oftentimes, prospective members will come and they'll talk to ASTA staff and they'll ask us, you know, what's going on in my area? And one of the first places we point them is ASTA's industry calendar. And they like to see that the chapter we've told them that they are going to be assigned to is doing stuff in their area. So for prospective members. Also, suppliers also take a look at the industry calendar to see what chapters are active to reach out to them for potential, for other potential presentations. In a world where we're still doing certain things, at least via Zoom, it's very easy for a supplier clear across the country or across the globe to do a presentation for your chapter. And it does make a little bit less work on you all in trying to have and come up with presenters. So posting your meetings to ASTA's industry calendar is very important. I will show you how to do that later on. And so of course, the next thing you want to do is have your actual meeting and have someone take notes. So when I say post a meeting, I mean anytime the chapter is gathering under the name of the chapter. That can be a coffee chat, that could be a bingo night, that could be a happy hour, all of those things. Members want to see that their chapters are active. So if you're planning something, even if it's not super business heavy, you still want to post it and you want to have your meeting and you want to have someone take some notes. These notes can be as detailed or as not detailed as you would like. So if you tell me the basics, when was the meeting, date and time, the topic of discussion maybe is our chapter play bingo. And then about how many people attend, rough estimate, and any other pertinent information you would like myself and your regional director, who you should also be sending these meeting minutes to know. These don't have to be full Robert's Rules of Order style minutes, unless that is how you all prefer to have your minutes, and you feel free to do it in that manner. Last but certainly not least is send your meeting minutes to your regional director and Jasmine. It's important that you send them to both your regional director and myself so that we can accurately track what is going on. And I'll tell you a little bit more about tracking these meeting minutes later on. But we want to make sure that at least I have a backup as well as your regional director has a backup, because I will be reporting to your regional directors how the chapters are doing. And maybe I missed a set of minutes. If you've sent them to your regional director can tell me, hey, Jasmine, I think you missed these minutes, here they are. So it's to your benefit to send the meeting minutes to your regional director as well as myself. And you need to do this, and I didn't correct before, you need to do this for at least 4 meetings a year. And so in order to receive full credit for having a meeting, you need to post that meeting to the industry calendar, you need to have that meeting, and then you need to send it to both your regional director and myself. So then that is for your chapter meeting. Your board is also required to meet at least 4 times a year. I would say that your board should be meeting as often as is necessary for planning purposes for your chapter. Your chapter board should be planning for the activities of your chapter. So with that being said, I just put, you need to have a meeting and you need to send it. So have your meeting, and of course, have someone take notes, similar fashion. These notes should probably be more formal because it is a chapter board meeting. I know it was brought up before that some people take unofficial board meeting notes and then have it approved later. That's fine. But you do want to make sure that all minutes are being sent within 30 days of the actual meeting occurring. So please don't send all the meeting minutes at the end of the year. Please send them as you go. That'll help you, and it also helps us at headquarters. And then you want to send your meeting minutes to your regional director and Jasmine in Word or PDF form. So for your board meeting minutes, sending me an email will not work because these meeting minutes for your boards get filed away in a shared drive, so they need to be in Word or PDF form. If you want to make it easier on yourself and send all your meeting minutes in Word or PDF form, that will also help you. And you need to do this as well for at least 4 meetings a year. So before we go to financial obligations, which can get a little hairy, we're actually going to go to the form that you're going to use to post your meeting minutes to ASTA's industry calendar. Before I go into this form, does anyone have any questions at all? All right. I'm not sure if you do, either you can put it in the chat, which I'm also watching, or you can just speak up if you have a question. I'm hearing some background. I'm not sure if somebody has a question or if that's just background. All right, perfect. So the form that you're going to use to submit your meeting minutes, let me show you how that form works. So on the chapter president's resources page, which is easy to get to by searching asta.org, or you can just go to www.asta.org/CPC. You will see a section called chapter meetings, and it tells you what to do before, during, and after your chapter meetings. So you will use this link on this page to submit your meeting minutes, to submit your meetings to ASTA's industry calendar. On ASTA's industry calendar, let me show you briefly, there is another form. Please do not use the form that is actually located on ASTA's industry calendar. It was for people to submit items to, and it hasn't worked in a number of years. I will just be completely honest. And so if you go to the industry calendar under education and events, for the purposes of chapter items, please do not use this form. Like, do not use this form. It's not a good form, and it ends up with a lot of spam, so we actually don't pay much attention to it, to be completely honest. So you want to make sure that on the chapter president's resources page, you are using the form that is linked here. So this is SpiceWorks portal. This is the same portal that ASTA staff uses to submit tickets. You are going to be essentially submitting a ticket to our IT department in order to add items to the industry calendar. So when it says work email, you put the email in that you would like to receive communication for regarding this particular ticket. So I'm going to put my work email, but if I was a chapter, I could put my chapter email, or if I was chapter secretary, I could put secretary's email. This is how we're going to communicate with you about this particular ticket or posting. And then I'm going to click login, and it'll say a login link was emailed to whatever email you put in. It doesn't take long, and you will get this email. And it says hello, and it'll put your email, and it'll say click this link to log into the portal. Yes. So you're going to click this link and you're going to log into the portal. And if I had an open ticket, it will say I have an open ticket. And so this is also a good place to go back and look for previous submissions, because you're always going to end up logging into the same thing. So for your summary, I would put, let's call my chapter HQ chapter. So I would put HQ chapter meeting. Actually, even more specific, you could put HQ September chapter meeting. And then in the description, I'm just going to put, please do not post this. So that they know not to post this. But in this description, you want to include everything about your meeting: date, time, location. If it's going to be via Zoom, you either want to put the registration link for the Zoom meeting or the link or the direct link. If you want them to specifically have to reach out to someone before receiving that link, put that information in there as well. So, and just like you would do a regular invite, you want to put all of the meetings in this, all of the information in this area. And then once you're done with that, you're going to go ahead and hit submit. Now, I would always suggest, even if you have a direct Zoom link that you're putting in this, which you do not have to, but you can, always have a contact person, like a personal email or a different email or a phone number. That way it helps people who might be having trouble with Zoom or signing up, or if they want to verify that they are in fact registered for your meeting, so on and so forth. So once you put everything in the description, then you want to click submit, and it'll say that your ticket has been submitted. A technician will reply to you shortly in your email. You will get an email saying that your ticket has been opened or closed or anything like that. You'll start to receive communications about the ticket via that same email. You can also, especially in the time of cancellation, you can reply to that same email that you receive about your event to say, please remove this event from the calendar. This event has been canceled, or this event has been moved, or anything like that. You can reply to that same email as well. So going back a bit, I just want to show you again on the Chapter President's Resources page, this section. So here's the top of the page, and then you have this section called Chapter Meetings, what to do before, during, and after your meeting. So you have the link to your tickets. I also gave you a link to ASTA's industry calendar, and there's a video that shows you how to fill out the form, which I will be updating. And then during your meeting, have someone take minutes. And then after your meeting, you can send those minutes to me and your regional director, as well as you should also be alerting your chapter members of what's going on within your chapter. All right, questions about that. So this is something that I put in the job description of the secretary, or of the secretary within your chapter. However, you can have other people do that. If you are not a chapter president, you still do have access to the Chapter President's Resources page. And I would suggest you honestly bookmark it, because there's a lot of information for all chapter leadership. And so that is there for you. With that being said, are there any questions about submitting meeting minutes or submitting meetings? All right, speaking of calendars, I want to show you the, before we move on to financial obligations, which are going to be a little bit of a heavy lift, I want to show you the CPC calendar that we have come up with. Now, this calendar is subject to change because, I mean, I won't say the word, but we have to do things because things change. So this calendar is subject to change, but here's what we have so far. So our calendar year as chapter presidents and chapter leadership goes from AGC to, I like to say, July 31st, because that gives us the opportunity to make all of the calculations we need to make for awards and different things like that. So quarter one is represented by August 2021 to October of 2021. So of course, in August, which just happened, we had our CPC meeting at AGC. In September, that's today, we're having our CPC meeting recap. In October, date TBA, we are going to have a chapter president's round table. And that's going to, I'm going to put out a survey early that it allows people to come up with topics that we can talk about during the roundtable. And this will be for chapter presidents, or if a chapter president can't make it, then someone on their chapter leadership who can, to just talk through some different topics. And we can also do some training at that time if that's what the survey says we need to do. In October, you have your first assignment, if you will, and that is that chapter board members and bylaws are due to your regional director, not Jasmine, your regional director, by October 31st of 2021. So I'm asking every chapter, even if you've already sent me your bylaws, that by October 31st of 2021 this year, that you send me, that you send your regional director a list of your board members, to include committee members, so their name, their title, and their email, a list of those. And then you also send to your regional director the updated, as of between AGC and October 31st, updated copy of your bylaws. Even if you just review the bylaws and you change the date to reflect that they have been reviewed by October 31st. I'm giving a little bit more time with the bylaws because with the chapter guidance, or the chapter position guidance that I gave earlier, you may want to change some of the descriptions within your bylaws to match that guidance, or at least include some of that guidance. Remembering when you are editing your bylaws, you were talking about positions and not people. So if what you are saying is, from here on out, we would like the position of vice president to do these things as listed below, or what have you. As follow-up to this meeting, I will send out the bylaws template that Peter has provided for the chapters to use. So I suggest you do that. Review your bylaws with your chapter's board, and also with your members, and make sure those things are turned into your regional director by October 31st. And so here's why. In November, we're going to do Q1 report cards, which will be sent to the regional directors by November 15th. And we'll also have a chapter treasurers roundtable in November to help chapter treasurers with the items necessary in order to turn in the end of the year reports as required by accounting. Now, so report cards. Please don't be afraid of the word report cards or progress report. This is just the best word that I can come up with. So using the chapter requirements and guidelines, I'm going to submit to the regional directors based on, meeting minutes that I have, things that they submit to me, how each chapter is doing in those requirements and guidelines. So you will know after November 15th how you all are doing as it comes to ASTA's requirements and guidelines. When we look at the requirements and guidelines, I'm going to pull those up in just a second. We are going to more strictly use those to determine our awards. And so this will actually tell you whether or not you are eligible for awards by the time we get to the end of the year. So you'll notice that there are actually 8 chapter requirements 1 through 8. So the scoring for awards will be that out of these 8, you can earn a maximum of 10 points. And that is because all chapter boards positions being filled and maintained is worth 2 points. Sending monthly newsletters is worth 1. Member retention is worth 1. Number 4, number 5, and number 6 are all worth 1 point. And then and so is number 7. And then number 8 is worth 2, because attendance at having a full chapter board and attendance at the CPC meetings and calls are the things that we deem are very, very important and the most important to successful chapters. We've noticed that the chapters who have these things have very successful chapters, and the ones that don't struggle a little bit. So when it comes to scoring for awards next year, chapter of the year and chapter on the rise specifically, In order to qualify for Chapter on the Rise, you must have 7 out of 10 points. And in order to qualify, to just qualifying at the beginning, you need to have 8 out of 10 points for Chapter of the Year. So let's say that you miss a couple of things and you don't receive full credit. You can take one of the chapter guidelines to replace 1 point of the requirements above. For example, let's say that trying to think. Let's say that I did not turn in my financials on time, so I missed that 1 point. But I was able to turn it in late, so I still turned it in, but then I had a chapter trade show. That 1 point for turning in your stuff on time got replaced by the 1 point of hosting a chapter trade show. And so if that was all that was holding me back, then I'm still eligible for the awards as I named them. So I'm going to pause there because this is kind of how we've been doing it before, but I wanted to be extremely transparent about how we will be doing it moving forward. So does anyone have any questions about that and how awards and reporting will play into that? And if you do, please just speak up because I can't see you all. All right.
Jasmine, I have a question. This is Denise. I have a question. Suppose due to this new variant of coronavirus, this Delta variant, venues are saying, well, we will not permit you to host anything in our venue. How would you hold a trade show other than like we did last year virtually? So what if no one can do that? How would that work if it's almost required, but it's not for someone to have one?
So yeah, so it's not, so hosting a chapter trade show is not required. It's a guideline that if you're able to do it, then most certainly can. But if you're not, we completely understand. So the guidelines, which I will go over a little bit later, are about taking your chapter from great to excellent. So if you can't do that, it's perfectly fine. And we completely understand in the era of COVID how hard it is to pull off a trade show. We did do a trade show virtually. And so if you have any questions about how we did that, please feel free to contact myself or Denise, actually, because she was part of that virtual trade show. And so someone asked me to go over the points slower again, so I will do that. So in order to qualify for Chapter on the Rise, you must receive 7 out of 10 points. In order to qualify, at least 7 out of 10. In order to qualify for Chapter of the Year, you must receive at least 8 out of 10 points. So the question is, where do those points come from? They primarily come from the chapter requirements. Each requirement is worth 1 or 2 points. So chapter requirement number 1, which you see, is worth 2 points. So for example, if you have your board members and it's filled and you have sent that off to your regional director by October 31st, then you will receive 2 points for doing that. If you have not filled all of your board positions, but you have a plan in place to fill those, then please note that as well, and we'll keep following up to make sure that the chapter board positions are filled and maintained. So that's worth 2 points. Sending your monthly newsletter using the system list in Real Magnet, so you need to log into Real Magnet and either send the list through Real Magnet or at least grab the list, that is worth 1 point. Retaining a sufficient percentage of the chapter's existing membership and so on is worth 1 point. And this isn't on you all to, nothing to fret about. Really what we're asking is that if we notice a drop in membership or you notice a drop from membership, then please work with ASTA headquarters to help facilitate bringing your membership numbers back up. Having a minimum of 4 chapter meetings in a 12-month period where you have posted your meeting, you have had your meeting, and you've sent the meeting minutes to myself and your regional director is worth 1 point. Same thing with the chapter board meetings. You just need to have the meetings and you need to send it within a month of your meeting, and that is worth 1 point. If you have a bank account and you have the ASTA designee or ASTA signer on your bank account, that is worth 1 point. So you can provide to ASTA headquarters the mid-year and financial reports, turning those in on time. That is worth 1 point. And then the chapter presidents attending a minimum of 50% of the meetings and CPC calls to include regional calls. The remaining 50% can be attended by a chapter board executive and not a committee chair. That is worth 1 point. There isn't any extra credit for having any extra credit in this scoring system for having more than 4 meetings a year. However, when it comes to awards, if we have chapters who are having, like, everyone will qualify at a very basic level. We want everyone to qualify. But then when we actually get into the judging of awards, if you will, we're going to look at the number of quality meetings your chapter actually has. So in this scoring system, is there extra points? Not necessarily, because we want to make sure that everyone qualifies at a basic level. However, when we think about awards, we want people to have more than 4 meetings. Number 8 does not have to be in person. It can and does include virtual meetings. So for those of you who are unable to make AGC in person but are currently attending right now, this counts as a meeting. And virtual meetings will always count as meetings. So you should be posting your virtual meetings as well as having them and taking notes and then sending them. But when it comes to the chapter president's meeting, I'm going to adopt the process of having a recap meeting for anyone who was unable to make it in person. You do get benefits, of course, from receiving in person in that sort of camaraderie, but I understand people not being able to make it, especially in the times that we're in. So virtual will always count for that. All right. And so if for some reason, we're not asking anybody to have, now if you get all 10 points because you have 10 out of 10, that's perfect. That's great. But we want everyone to be able to qualify on a basic level. So that's why they're set at 7 out of 10 points and 8 out of 10 points. And so with the chapter guidelines, which I will go over in a little bit, one of each chapter guideline is worth 1 point and can replace a point above, just 1. Because we need to make sure that before you think about the guidelines, you're doing the requirements, and that's why that is set that way. And one of the things that I have been asked was to add participation in legislative day as a chapter guideline, and I will absolutely be adding participation in legislative day as a chapter guideline, so that when you all see this, you will see that that has been added. And I saw a chat come up, but I might have missed it. So 1 second while I scroll through and try to find it. Okay, so let's go. So now that we've gone over chapter requirements and guidelines, and this is kind of why you want to follow the calendar and turn things in a timely manner. So this is why, because I'm going to be tracking these. And so your report card is going to tell your regional director, who is then going to communicate with you exactly where you stand.
How are you?
So back to the calendar. Let's see. So yes, so November we'll have our first set of chapter report cards sent out. We'll have our first chapter treasurers roundtable. In December, I would like to have a chapter holiday celebration. In very, very early December, maybe do some bingo with some prizes or something like that, just to get our group together. And then of course in January, date and location to be announced as soon as I have it, is going to be the first CPC meeting of, and that should say 2022, not 2021, of 2022. Q3, we don't have a whole lot going on. In February, we have the Q2 regional report, or the Q2 chapter report cards being sent to the regional directors by February 15th. And in March, we're going to have a chapter president's roundtable. We don't currently have anything planned for April, but that may change. And so with that, I would say Q4, we actually have quite a lot going on. So we have our Q3 report cards being sent. We have our chapter treasurers roundtable and the CPC meeting associated with ASTA's legislative day, as well as the CPC dinner. And July gets really, there's going to be a quick turnaround between Q3 and Q4 report cards, because July 1st is when I'm going to send out Q4 report cards to the regional directors so that we have award eligibilities. So the chapter presidents roundtables are going to be opportunities for chapter presidents and chapter leadership to receive specific training. One of them is going to be related to uploading lists in the Real Magnet. And so there's that. And I see a lot of questions, or a lot of people are asking about extra credit as far as serving on panels and different things like that. Those things will be covered in the guidelines. So I will show you that when we go over that part of the session also as well. So we'll get to that, I promise. And to answer another question, you can't go backwards and post meetings that have already happened, but you can post meetings on the industry calendar that are to come. So my suggestion to you, as the moment you plan a meeting, go ahead and post it. Even if you have to cancel that meeting later, it does help the staff as well as prospective members and current members to plan out their calendars if you post your meetings early. All right, so we covered the CPC calendar, as well as posting meeting minutes. Does anyone have any questions regarding all of that? I know it was a lot. I'm not hearing any, and I'm not seeing any at the moment in the chat.
Jasmine, this is Jim from New York City.
Hi, Jim.
I'm just curious, when you have the CPC meetings, let's say in January, and it says dates TBA, how much in advance do we usually get to know when those dates will be?
So for this particular meeting, it is going to be as soon as I get word from Sandals. They were the host of our CPC meeting in January of last year. So we're really just waiting for them to supply us with a meeting location and date. So they have assured me that I should hear from them by the end of this week, if not early next week. So I will send that out as soon as possible. As far as the other CPC meetings that have been planned, the one that's on the calendar for May is already actually a part of the calendar. So if you go to ASTA's legislative days, ASTA's legislative days registration site, you can already see that there's a CPC meeting associated with that agenda. So you can go ahead and put that one on your calendar. And the same thing will happen with AGC. As soon as AGC 2022 goes up, they will plan the CPC meeting where that fits into the grand scheme of things for that. And so you can look at the agenda there, and that'll be as soon as those items go up on the website. So the short answer to your question is as soon as possible.
Yeah. And do you have a parameter of dates in January right now you're working with?
So I have asked them for the second half of January. Like I specifically, let me just pull up a calendar real quick. I specifically asked for a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, with Sunday being a travel day, of course. And I was looking at January 20th. But that's also going to depend upon what they can do on site and where we are actually going. So
Okay.
I said the latter half of January if possible, but that might all go out the window if, you know, they have different availability and what have you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I noticed some things on the calendar. Gail, thanks for pointing that out. I will update the calendar before I send it out, hopefully with the meeting information for the January Chapter President's Council meeting. And I will send it out as often as it is updated. So as we come up with more items, then I will send it out. As your regional directors get together for your quarterly calls, you need to look out for emails from them, and you want to consider adding those dates, or actually you should add those dates to your calendars as well. And those won't be listed on this master calendar, if you will, but they will be a part of things that you will want to attend, because as much as information as I can give you at this point, it's going to be helpful if you meet with your region. Other questions about calendars? So the CPC meeting in January, okay, sorry. These are traditionally called Chapter President's Council meetings. And with very few exceptions, unless we have a limit on numbers, all Chapter President's Council meetings are open to all chapter leadership. So your chapter board is able to attend if they are available. Now, I say that with one asterisk because sometimes they do put a limit on how many people can attend, and in that case, it will be the chapter presidents being able to attend first, and then any chapter board meeting or any chapter board members after that. I don't know if that's going to be in the case in January. It wasn't last year, surprisingly. But if it is, that's how it will go. But for example, if you have a treasurer that you also would like to bring along to Chapter President's Council meeting, know that they are welcome. You just need to let me know so we can account for them in the numbers. And I will let you know if there are any limits on participation well ahead of time when I send out any sort of registration links as well. Other questions regarding meetings, calendars, report cards, scoring, all of that stuff we just went over. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen for a second just so I'm not staring at myself. All right. So yes, just keep in mind that we will be updating our calendar, and I will be giving you as much information as fast as possible and as soon as possible. As soon as I have it, you'll have it. One second, I'm going to adjust this piece. All right, so now I'm going to go, or attempt to go over Elizabeth's notes from the CPC meeting. I know there's some clarification that needs to happen based on what was said at the CPC meeting in person. I read through her notes, so I think we do have some things to clarify. So give me 1 second, and I'm going to share my screen with you all again. All right. Do a little matrix thing here. All right. Okay, so just an overview. AFSCA and its chapters, we are a 501c6 nonprofit business organization. Most nonprofit business organizations that you all are actually familiar with are actually 501c3. So we're a little bit different from that. And of course, we're a business league organization, and that's what makes us different from your standard 501c3, which is your typical nonprofit. So we're devoted to improving the industry, travel industry, conditions through actions and activities that includes meetings of the chapter. We're supported by a meaningful membership dues and activity. And the activities of the organization are not carried for profit. We can make a profit, but we're not doing this for profit. And the IRS allows convention and trade shows held in conjunction with an annual meeting or to stimulate the demand for products of the industry as a whole, can generate a profit and still qualify as exempt from federal hold on to that, federal income tax, and the organization's net earnings do not benefit a shareholder or individual. So that's something to keep in mind, because I know we hear ASTA is a nonprofit, but we are a 501c6, which is, as defined below, is different from a 501c3, which is typically what we think of when we think of a nonprofit. So here is where we had a little bit of controversy. Chapters must open and manage a business account, checking account, when it receives more than $1,000 per calendar year. And they can open that account with a national bank. And then we use PNC Bank, Wells Fargo, and Bank of America. And you'll have to go through the process as dictated by that bank and using the federal tax ID. Here's the thing, and I think this is what happens. What we found during the height of this thing that we're all going through right now is that for chapters who were receiving less than $1,000 per calendar year, it was actually not beneficial for them to have bank accounts because the bank was charging them fees because there was no direct deposit. So when Elizabeth, I understand that in the past, we really pushed hard for all chapters, every single chapter, to have a bank account. And God bless you all who went through the process of getting those bank accounts. We want all of the chapters to grow to the point where they will need a bank account because their finances will be so awesome that it will be too much to handle by using different folders or other kind of managing systems. However, until you grow to that point, we understand if you do not have a bank account. And so that, I think, was kind of the controversy at the CPC meeting. I understand from headquarters, we have been pushing for people to get bank accounts, but we kind of skipped a step in that we want all the chapters to have so much financially going on that things are so awesome that you need a bank account in order to financially maintain your chapter. However, if you aren't there yet, we understand. And I'm skipping forward a little bit. Yes. So for chapters just starting out, and when they receive less than 1,000 in a calendar year, we waive the bank account requirement for 2 reasons. 1, the fiduciary risk to the chapters is small, and 2, the national bank's monthly fees will consume a significant percentage of the money and deprive the chapter of promoting travel industry events. In such cases, the chapter's treasurer will track the funds and provide monthly reporting on the funds available and how and that to the chapter board. And so, are the national banks required, or should we use a regional bank? We encourage you wherever possible to please use a national bank, and here's why. Let me back up a slide. Because ASTA headquarters officer must have key authority and signatory authority on the chapter's bank accounts. So if you have a bank, we ask that ASTA headquarters, the designees either being Peter Lubasso, our general counsel, or Elizabeth Henry, our vice president of finance, be signers on that bank, on that account. That becomes extremely difficult. Well, first off, it's already a difficult process for those of you who went through it. You can attest to that, but that comes even more difficult if you're using a regional bank. So we ask that you use a national bank, because what happens is I can go into, well, not me, because I'm not a signer on anybody's bank account. Elizabeth can go into the Bank of America in Alexandria and become a signer on your account in most cases. And then you can do the same thing on your account, but in 2 different states, in 2 different areas. So if you have none of those banks near you, and we completely understand, and we will definitely work with you, but whenever possible, we ask that you use a national bank, and one of the national banks listed on this last slide, which is PNC Bank, Wells Fargo, and Bank of America. So again, for chapters just starting out, and when they receive less than $1,000 in the calendar year, we do waive the bank account requirement. We want all chapters to be so financially well off that they do need a bank account in order to facilitate the needs of the chapter. But we understand if you're not quite there yet, or if you're just not there because of different things that are going on. Hopefully, I just want to stop sharing my screen really quick, and I just want to open it up to questions about that, because I know that caused a little bit of discussion during the CPC meeting. Thank you, Wendy. Wendy said, once you get the bank account done, it's not so bad. We used Wells Fargo, and the treasurer had to meet the banker physically at the branch to set up and add an HQ sign. I'm glad that the process was not bad for you, Wendy. I appreciate you saying so. I will say that when you are ready to set up a bank account, please reach out to ASTA headquarters. We would love to provide some general guidance, but unfortunately, as I have found, and working with Elizabeth, every bank has different requirements, even different branches within the same bank. We worked with 3 Wells Fargos, and each of the 3 of them wanted something slightly different. Just know that ASTA headquarters is there for you, and we are willing to help you get all the paperwork that they require. Sonora, did you have a question?
I do. So we've been working at this for almost 2 years now, and every bank we've gone to wants a
Oh, did I lose you? I think I might have lost it. Sonora, I'm not sure if you can hear me. I think I might have lost you.
Am I back?
Yes, you're back.
Okay.
Question.
I'll start all over again. So we have been at this for 2 years. Every bank we've gone to has wanted a letter of good standing for the state. We have given them the letter we got from Peter or from Elizabeth from HQ, and they will not accept it. So now we are in the process of trying one other national bank. Well, I don't know if Commerce is national or not. I think it is. And then we thought we would try credit unions because the banks have just turned us down.
Yeah. So in your particular situation, I know there was another chapter who had a similar situation where they had to turn in a letter of good standing. In that case, we will, like your chapter obviously wants a bank, we will work with you to find a bank that works for you. Unfortunately, with you being out in the Midwest and us being on the East Coast, that can be difficult, but we'll keep working with you on that. Let's see. If changing signers on the bank account, does Greg have to be available at the time we are at the bank? That honestly depends on the bank, literally the branch, because each branch manager kind of sets their own rules for their own branch. So what we've found is that at times, it just depends on the branch manager in the branch. We will do our absolute best to work with them. Sometimes what we've had to do, especially in the case, I want to say of Wells Fargo, is have our Wells Fargo bank branch person contact their Wells Fargo bank branch manager to explain to them who we are, what type of organization we are, and exactly what you all need in terms that bank manager understands. So if your chapter is looking to have a bank account, please know that it is a process. Once you have it, you have it. But we will be there with you every step of the way. And I will say this one thing about, specifically about Elizabeth. When I took on this role, it was Peter and Greg really who were managing the bank accounts and having the chapter sign on, and neither one of them had the time necessary to do this. And so it was a lot of me going, oh, like constantly pinging them about chapter bank accounts. Elizabeth has taken on herself to make sure that she is available in any way possible that she can be to the chapters. And I can attest, and to me, when I have chapter questions about bank accounts and signers and taxes and different things, and I can attest that she is, except for when she's on vacation. Elizabeth is pretty quick to answer emails if you are in need of help, and we'll work with you to do so. So please just know, if you remember nothing about bank accounts, just know that ASTA headquarters is here, and we will work through it with you. Right. Other questions, and then for the regional directors, was there anything that I missed that you all thought of as far as bank accounts are concerned? Eddie, did you have something?
No, I was just going to say it is it's a time-consuming process sometimes, and as Elizabeth mentioned at the in-person meeting Thursday, different banks have different expertise in how they know how to deal with us as unincorporated chapters under the Big ASTA umbrella. And sometimes it just even is finding the one branch that maybe has more expertise. It's almost like looking for a needle in a haystack sometimes. But the good news is Elizabeth is very responsive and helpful. And I saw where Wendy mentioned that Wells Fargo had worked with them. It is a little laborious process. Wells Fargo is our bank as well. And if you can find that right bank manager or branch person, it can be done. And even for Sonora in Missouri or Kansas, it should be able to be done too without having to go to all these different extremes to make that happen.
Yeah. I will say one piece of advice that is consistent, I feel like across bank branches and banks, is do not ask a teller to help you with this process. The person you walk up to in the bank is probably not going to be able to help you. I haven't met a teller who could. It's usually you talking directly with some sort of bank manager. And that really has to do with, like Eddie said, the type of entity that we are. Melinda put a question in the chat. Do we need a form from Peter to add and remove and add a new signer? Honestly, that is going to depend on your branch. And so what I would do is I would contact your branch and say, this is what we would like to do, and ask them what it is that you need. Some branches will say, you know, if it's, yes, some branches will say, you know, since so-and-so is a signer, they just need to have the other person come in and sign, for example. Some will require a form, some will require some other things. It really depends on the bank and their bank manager. Denise pointed out that some banks do have a small business manager to check with them, as well as a business account manager, check with them. You're looking for a manager level person, is my point. Because I've actually called the banks, I've called banks to try to figure out for you guys what this process was like. And one of the first things I had to do is request that manager, because I would start talking to someone on a 1-800 number or start talking to a teller, and it did not work. I had to, like Wendy just put in the chat, set an appointment with a banker. And I did. I've done this for Wells Fargo and Bank of America, where I've actually talked to a bank manager about what it would take to do these, because I wanted to see what type of process you all went through. Yes, Deb pointed out, when paying expenses, always try to use your chapter bank credit card or debit card, or check from that chapter account whenever possible, instead of personal checks or credit cards. It makes for a cleaner bank process when looking at the bank statement. That is absolutely true. If you have a bank account and you're utilizing that bank account, make payments on behalf of that chapter from the bank account. That way it makes things look clean, and it's also very easy for you to track your expenses of where they're going. For example, if you have, I think somebody brought up the example of a food truck. If you have a food truck and you pay that food truck directly from your chapter account, you'll also be able to track that in your financial reporting, versus if you pay it to a chapter member, versus having a chapter member pay the food truck and then paying that chapter member. It might be also harder, for you to track. And Denise suggested you can also contact the bank headquarters as well. That is true. You can contact the bank headquarters as well. So as far as financial obligations, this is directly from, financial obligations. This is directly from Elizabeth's notes. I literally just copied and pasted. So she says that each chapter must prepare a balance sheet and an income statement as of June 30th and December 31st of each year. These are to be submitted. Once you prepare them, my honest thing to you is, if you're prepared, turn them in. Some of the chapters, and I can't remember, there are some chapters who consistently turn their stuff in like 2 to 3 weeks early, which I think is amazing. Once you're done, go ahead and turn it in. But these must be submitted to ASTA headquarters no later than July 31st and February 1st the following year, respectively. So you want to make sure you're turning in these financial reports on time, because something that Zane pointed out at the in-person meeting was that we are seeking the IRS release and different things from ASTA headquarters, And so if we have chapters under us who have not turned in their financial reports on time, and then we don't turn in the financial reports on time, they look at us as to, why are you asking us for money or assistance when you haven't turned in reports on time? So it really does affect what we do at ASTA headquarters as well. And Elizabeth notes that the chapter may elect to have the December annual consolidated statements reviewed by an outside accountant of their choosing and at their cost prior to submitting them to headquarters. Additional time is allotted for this step, and submission to ASTA headquarters is extended to March 1st. So let us know that you are having someone review your bank accounts outside of that, and we'll make allotments for that. I'm going to stop sharing for a second because I just got a notification that someone raised their hand.
Yes,
So, oh, Michelle, go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
Your dates just caused a momentary, you can answer this privately later if you want. Initially, the reports, right, were saying July 31st, but then the latest information I had was for this year, it seemed like the report could go in August 31st. So who are we going to be late if we send it, if we sent it by the 31st of August?
No, you're not going to be late. These are Elizabeth's notes from this meeting where all of this was updated. So
Okay.
I'm going to update the requirements and guidelines according to the notes that so I asked Elizabeth, I said, please send me your notes. And
Okay.
she was kind enough to do so. So this is the most recent information. So if you turned it in as of August, that's fine. It's just moving forward. We're going to follow these dates until accounting gives us something otherwise.
Okay.
Were
Thank
the
you.
forms from June Everson's to the chapters? You're welcome. So the question were the forms from June Everson for June Everson's and chapters, they were as part of the forms for December. So I can send that out as part of my follow-up, because it was all one big financial email that was sent out, and tracking that down is probably going to be difficult. So I will definitely send that out as well. And we are having a chapter treasurers roundtable sometime in November, as soon as Elizabeth and I settle on a date for this purpose, to go over all this stuff before you have to turn everything in. So bring everything you have, bring your questions, and we will have a chapter treasurers roundtable so that we can review this, so that if you have questions specifically for Elizabeth, she can answer them right on the spot. All right, because finances are fun. They are really, and they do help us to maintain our nonprofit status. So we do want to make sure that we are following the guidelines as much as possible. And if you have questions, please email myself. If I don't know the answer to the question, I'm going to put you on that email, and I'm going to email Elizabeth, the chapter's treasurer, and I will email Elizabeth, and we will work on it together. The chapter treasurers roundtable will be via Zoom. If the chapter treasurer cannot sit in, I would suggest sending another officer, be it a chapter president, someone on the finance committee, or literally somebody who's going to be working on this and can help and listen. Your chapter should be represented at the roundtable, because it's going to be so important for filling out all of the items that are required of the treasurer. So if your treasurer can't be there, send your president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, send a member who's halfway interested in being a treasurer for your chapter, send somebody. All right, and I don't want to run too late, so let me jump back into this presentation really quick, see where we are. So the last thing, I think this is the last thing that was a part of Elizabeth's notes. Perhaps it was not the last thing. It was a part of Elizabeth's notes. I apologize. Jump back into sharing my screen. Share. All right. So moving forward with this, hopefully very quickly. So these IRS statements are the basis of ASTA's group return to the IRS. Any chapter that's significantly late faces penalties and interest charges from the IRS. Severe failure may result in the revocation of the chapter's designation as a nonprofit and loss of the federal tax exemption. That's just kind of as straightforward as it comes. The dissolution of chapters. So in the event that your chapter is ending, all chapter accounts have to be closed and all remaining funds need to be transferred to ASTA headquarters and a final federal tax return submitted. Hopefully we're not dissolving any chapters, but in the event that there are, or your chapter is dissolving, or, and this is important, if your chapter is combining with another chapter, for example, South Florida Small Business Network chapter and the South Florida ASTA chapter combined to become the South Florida chapter. Well, underneath the umbrella of the South Florida Small Business Network chapter. And so in that case, we had to actually officially to the IRS close the other chapter. So if you are nearby or your chapters decide to combine, that is technically dissolving one of the chapters. So we still need to go through this process. As you see listed here, I'm not going to read all the way through it, but if you remember nothing, remember this. If you're deciding to dissolve your chapter for one reason or another, please reach out to ASTA headquarters and we will work with you. And we'll leave that at that. Next. So for chapters who have paid someone or some entity more than $600 in a year need to have an IRS Form 1099. This is fairly new thing that came out, I want to say sometime late last year. And if you have a question about this, then please feel free to reach out to ASTA headquarters. There's a difference between incorporated and non-incorporated companies, and that can be confusing, so please reach out to us for guidance. For example, your mom and pop spaghetti shop that you had an $800 dinner from, you're going to need a 1099 form. Are you going to get that same 1099 form from Outback Steakhouse? Honestly, probably not. And so if you have a question about whether or not you should be getting a 1099 form, let us know before you sign any contracts. And here's why I say that. It's as someone who had to go after people, as in it was my job at ASTA headquarters at one point in time to go get 1099 forms for people who ASTA headquarters had paid more than $600 in a year. It is easier to ask for these forms before you give them any money and as you're signing any sort of contracts. They're more willing to give you these forms and to fill out the information than they would be after the fact or after you've paid. All right, so that was financials in a whirlwind. For chapter presidents, any other chapter leadership that's interested in being treasurers, we will have a chapter treasurers roundtable sometime in November in preparation for the items that are due in December. So please attend those roundtables. Any questions that I can answer on in regards to chapter financials, or any questions that I can't answer that I should get Elizabeth to answer for you? All right, so hearing none and seeing none, we're going to talk about the chapter guidelines from great to excellent. So when we went through our calendar and we went through kind of the scoring for awards and being able to qualify for the awards at the basic level, we dove a little bit into the chapter guidelines. So your chapters are great if they are following every single one or at least most of the chapter requirements. To go from great to excellent, you want to also be including some of, if not all of, the chapter guidelines. These guidelines are not required by any stretch of the imagination, but they are recommended. So once your chapter has a handle on what is required, then you can dive into some of these guidelines, such as hosting a chapter trade show if you're available or if you're able. Understanding, of course, with everything that we're going through, this might not be possible, but you should. Exhibiting at industry-facing trade shows on behalf of ASTA. So you just need to send me a written description of what trade show and who from the chapter attended, and pictures are also a plus. I'd like to show you guys off to other members of ASTA staff. So if you send me pictures, then I'll circulate those. The travel and adventure shows, if those do come back in 2022, that would count as something like this. Also, if your local area has a travel show, which in Charlotte, North Carolina, they used to have this really big travel show. So if your local area has a travel show like that, that would count as well. We just talked about the chapter treasurer attending the chapter treasurer's roundtables, or other officers, and then we'll have the chapter president attend the chapter president's roundtables, and one-on-ones with me also count for this requirement. So some of you are going to get extra credit, if you will, by nature of doing these things because you do them anyway, like having a one-on-one training with me to go over a specific item or attending roundtables as well. ASTAPAC participation by all board members. You just need to send me a list of participants. The chapter should make an ASTAPAC donations from the chapter fund. Many of you already do this, and I get a list of those. Promote attendance to ASTA national events. This is most easily done through your newsletter. If you send me and your regional director a copy of your newsletter, then we will know if you're promoting attendance at ASTA's national events. Completion of the VTA program / maintenance of your VTA certification by chapter officers. You'll just need to send me a list. Participation in the creation of ASTA educational materials. So we're going to pause here because this is actually fairly new, and we have two ways that you can do this. The first is if you specialize in cruises or groups and you are attending Savannah and are willing to sit on a panel discussing those things, please send me an email. And if you are selected for the panel, then you will receive credit for participation in the creation of ASTA education materials. The second is we have the VTA continuing ed. And so we will be asking that chapter leadership, if they're willing, be a part of editing the upcoming VTA courses. So when that call goes out, if you choose to participate in the editing of VTA courses, you will receive credit for that course that you are a part of. I double checked that with our educational director. So if you help to create a course, you will receive credit for the course that you helped create. So then you can, finish your recertification, well in advance, especially if you participate in one or more courses. So that's how you participate in the creation of ASTA educational materials. You can also co-host a joint meeting with another chapter. And so when I say co-host, what I mean is the invitation looks something like the ASTA headquarters chapter and the ASTA international chapter are getting together to have this Zoom meeting about international cruising. And so from the very outset, the meeting is advertised as one that is being hosted by multiple chapters or another chapter. I do encourage you all to invite other chapters to your meeting, but that does not count as co-hosting. Co-hosting meaning that the invitations are listing both chapters as the hosts of those meetings. And then another one is participation in ASTA headquarters recruitment and retention efforts, such as the recruitment and retention competition that we had earlier this year, or other ASTA headquarters campaigns. And it's very easy for us to track who's participating in those. All right. So before we get to our discussion on managing excellent chapters in a pandemic, Does anyone have any questions about guidelines? So taking your chapter from good or from excellent, or sorry, from great to excellent. And I will be sending all these materials out in a very lengthy follow-up email. I apologize for the length ahead of time. And so you will have all of those. But any questions or comments regarding that?
Hi, Jasmine, it's Jackie. When you send out your
Hi,
email,
Jackie.
hey, when you send out your email follow-up, can you make sure to include like links just for those who may not navigate the site or been on it in a while or whatever, if things are moved, just so that we know we don't have any excuses. We know how to find what we need to find.
Yeah, sure. I will happily do that. Most of what you're going to be referencing is going to be on the chapter president's resources page, and I will make sure that that page specifically is linked inside the email as well. And some of the items that I will be sent out will also be linked on the page. So you'll get a link to a PDF that you can download, but then also on the chapter president's resources page, you'll have access to these same materials as they've been updated.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome. Other questions or comments about chapter requirements and guidelines? So Wendy says, meet and plan all the time with your board. We meet as a board almost every month. Oh, and make sure you to have refundable or changeable deposits on your venues. We've had to cancel or postpone quite a few events. Thank you for bringing that up, Wendy. 2 points I want to emphasize on that. First off, please have a chapter board, meet with your chapter board. Your chapter should be planning for, your chapter board, excuse me, should be planning for your chapter. So you should be meeting regularly. And as far as deposits and refundables and different things like that, contracts in general, if you need help, require assistance, please reach out to Ask the Headquarters. Peter Labassa, who reviews all of our contracts, is also willing to help you review yours. I don't know if Layla is online, but I know, oh, she is, but I know Peter helps them review their contracts as they've had to cancel and move their events, and it does get quite complicated. So if you have questions about contracts or want someone else to take a look at them, make sure that you are being benefited in any sort of cancellation or postponement of your events, please reach out to Ask the Headquarters. You can reach out to me and I can put you in touch with Peter, or you can reach directly out to Peter and he can help you with that. Other questions or comments? All right. So speaking of contracts, that actually segues really, really well into our next discussion topic, which we'll be discussing for the next few minutes, which is managing excellent chapters in a pandemic. I would like to say that as far as I'm concerned, you all have been doing an amazing job at managing to manage throughout this very crazy time. One of the things that we've learned is there are a bunch of words that I won't say, but we've learned how to do those things. We've learned how to have meetings through Zoom. We've learned how to engage our members on multiple levels. And there are quite a few challenges with that as we are looking at the umpteenth month of this with cancellations and a new variant and all of that jazz. So I just wanted to have some time of open discussion. But before I do that, I would like to point this out. First things first, we will be requiring, or I'm sorry, we are still requiring, if you are choosing to have an in-person event, for you to receive a waiver created by Peter Labassa for everyone to sign at your event. That will continue until it continues. So just, I'm sorry, I do not know the date when that will end. I pray and hope that it will be fairly soon, but we do not know. So I will just say that. So if you have an in-person event, please reach out to myself, please reach out to Peter or Peter and myself, and let us know that you need a waiver for that event. Peter will need to know the date, the time, and the location of your event in order to create that waiver. Also, he will need to know what COVID guidelines that you are going to be following. In addition to that, we just ask that you follow the COVID guidelines as dictated by your locality. So if it's, requires masks inside or what have you, then you do those as well. The other thing that I just got an email from ASTA staff on, so I'm trying to find it so that I speak correctly, is I want to find Peter's, I'm looking for Peter's exact language. So I found this out today at 12:34 p.m. So excuse me for not having slides. So given ASTA headquarters will start to require vaccinations at ASTA HQ events. I've been asked by Peter to share this with you all, so I'm sharing it with you all. And he said, given our limited ability to ensure that the chapter leaders are doing this, our official stance with respect to chapter events would be to recommend, so we recommend, but not strictly require, that all event attendees be vaccinated. He's going to revise the template waiver to reflect this, and so as not to disrupt already scheduled events for which waivers have already been drawn up and perhaps signed, the change will be effective starting on November 1st. So, I know this is different from what we had been saying before, but I promise you that this came up today, literally today at 12:34 p.m. But he said, if you could please send something out to all of the chapter presidents informing them of this change, I would greatly appreciate it. So I'm informing you now, but I'm also going to send something out. So it is ASTA's official stance that we
Jasmine, you're breaking up.
In respect to chapter events, would be to recommend, but not strictly require, that all chapter events.
Jasmine, you're breaking up. We can hardly hear you.
Hello?
Speak.
Let's see. How about now? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I have a headset and the headset dropped out. All right. So in Peter's words, like I was saying, is that in respect to chapter events, we would recommend, but not strictly require, that all event attendees be vaccinated. So as a chapter, you can recommend that all attendees be vaccinated, but not strictly requiring it. Peter will revise the template to reflect this, the template document that he sends out when you ask him for a template for your meeting. And then the change will be effective starting on November 1st as to not interrupt anything that has already been planned or signed. So that change happened today. Are there any questions? Go ahead. I'm not sure who's talking.
Melinda. Okay, so the November 1st is for the ASTA headquarters change. Is that correct?
So the November 1st is for, like, specifically the waivers that Peter provides to the chapters. For example, if you've already gone to Peter for a waiver because you're having an event October 15th and you've already had people sign that waiver, and that waiver won't state that we recommend but aren't strictly requiring vaccines. That will not be stated on that waiver. However, if you get a waiver from him for after November 1st, it will state that that as a chapter you are recommending but not strictly requiring ASTA vaccine. I'm sorry, requiring a vaccine. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. And so as far as ASTA events go, and I'm just telling you all now because it's going to go out publicly and you guys are going to get questions. And honestly, if you get questions, this is so important. I rely on you all as chapter leadership to tell me what's happening in the ASTA world, because you guys are closer to the members than I will ever be, especially in your locality. So once this does go out publicly, and you start seeing it, if you start getting questions from your members, please immediately let me know so that I can tell ASTA staff, especially our membership team, our events team, all of them, like, hey, these are the questions that my chapters are getting. I need these questions answered in our printed material so that our chapters don't keep getting them. So thus far, ASTA headquarters is going to provide them, or it's going to require vaccines. It's going to include FAMs. Vaccines on the chapter level are going to be recommended, but not fully, not strictly required. It's going to be a full vaccination. We don't know how we'll handle boosters or anything like that until that information becomes available. There will be medical exceptions that will be allowed, and for those who will need them in the future, they'll need to bring a proof of a negative COVID test in advance, as well as proof of a medical exemption, which will be emailed to a designated email. Let's see. And so proof of vaccination is required upon arrival at the ASTA event. This will include ASTA events going forward until we determine that it's not required. So for example, this will include Savannah, PBS, I can't think off the top of my head what have you. I will double check specifically about the chapter president's meeting, but I imagine that will also be included considering it is considered an ASTA event. This will probably include events into next year, such as Legislative Day and different things like that. So I'm giving you all the information as I have gotten it as of 11:46 this morning. Just to give you all a heads up, if you get questions from members, this is going to be something that we put out there publicly. So I would just wait for that, wait for it to go out publicly, and we'll go from there. But again, if you have questions, please, if you're getting questions from members, please let me know, because I will immediately go to the right people and try to get you those answers and make sure that it ends up on a public public forum, for example, a Q&A page or something like that. Eddie, did you have a comment or
a question? I just want to make sure I'm understanding when you're saying required and not required. So I think I heard you say it will be suggested at the chapter level, but not required. But at the ASTA national event level, it will be required. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And
the reason why the distinction is because of state issues, or why is it a difference? And you may not know the answer to that question.
I do and I don't. I will get you a more like a better answer, but from what I understand, and I have a few questions for Peter, but he asked me to relay this information, is it's a liability thing on ASTA headquarters if we say that all of the chapters are to strictly enforce vaccine requirements, because then someone from ASTA headquarters has to make sure all the chapters strictly enforce vaccine requirements at every single meeting. So from my understanding, and I will double check this with Peter and send it in my follow-up, it is a liability stance. So we're saying that for chapter events, it would be recommended, but not strictly required. But at ASTA headquarters, at ASTA national events, ASTA headquarters is the host. So as the host, we can make sure that we are following vaccine requirements with a lawyer by our side, that sort of thing. So that's my understanding for that. So yes, so I got a couple of questions about COVID cases at the annual conference. There was a general email that was sent out. We did have, as far as we know, 2 COVID cases at the general conference or at the conference. Let me find that communication if I can. But yes, there were a couple of COVID cases, one of which was someone who happened to be in attendance at the chapter president's council meeting. So this is was a supplier. So you may, if you want, get tested or anything like that. I personally got tested as soon as I got back because I have an 11-month-old, and I tested negative, for those who are curious. But we did have a couple of COVID cases. I found it, sorry. So yes, so 2 of the attendees of the last year's ASTA Global Convention had informed us that they tested positive for COVID. They were both fully vaccinated. One was an ASTA staff member. The other person was an exhibitor at a trade show who was also present at the advocacy dinner. And they both started feeling ill after the convention and then later tested positive for COVID. We strongly encourage all attendees to get tested as soon as possible. Please report any cases directly to ASTA. And I'm just reading verbatim from the email that came out to attendees, I want to say a couple of days ago. And this is part of managing a chapter in a pandemic. Does somebody have a question or a comment? Oh, there we go. Yay, congratulations, Wendy, I'm glad. You tested negative as well. So,
Jasmine, that note said a staff member and a supplier, but what I'm referring to is one of the people at the chapter president's event. So that's a 3rd case probably.
Okay, so then that would probably be a 3rd case. I'll make sure that, I think, actually, no, I spoke with our either communications or business development person yesterday, and they were aware. So that would be a 3rd case, but yes. So we had 3. I'm glad so many people tested negative, but considering where we were, as far as we had around about 1,000 attendees, to have 3 COVID cases isn't bad. But yes, we would encourage you to get tested, especially if you're feeling ill, and taking all of the necessary precautions as well. Other questions about managing a chapter in pandemic. I think something I want to emphasize, and any chapters who have done this, please feel free to jump in. I know this situation has put a damper on in-person events, but I've been able to attend more chapter meetings this past year than I ever have before because of Zoom. But I've watched some chapters come up with some very, very creative ways to have chapter meetings, to have different types of education. So I know there were chapters who did bingo, of course, which is probably one of my favorite games. There were also chapters who did a more technical meetings, such as how to effectively use Excel for your business and different things like that. So like Christina was saying earlier, mixing it up and having different types of virtual meetings if you're still having virtual meetings. What are some other ways that chapters have been able to kind of mix it up, ideas that I might not have mentioned?
Hey, Jasmine, this is Melinda with Central Atlantic.
Hey,
and
Melinda.
To your point, virtually, we were able to get some really great speakers. So we had Tom Carpenter, the lawyer, who's an ASTA member, present, and we had Annie Fitzsimmons with Afar Media, and then Steph Lee with Host Agency Review. And then also we had someone present, with expertise on luxury travel. So we've, tried to take advantage of the opportunity of getting people who would never be able to come in person.
Yes, I think that is amazing. Delaware Valley had Zane and I can't remember his name right now, the gentleman from CLIA on at the same
Charles
time,
Silva.
basically having a panel. Thank you. They had like a panel, and when we had Mr. Silva on and Zane on, it was right when nobody knew anything about what was going on with cruises. So it was really a very timely meeting. And to Melinda's point, having different types of speakers, people that you might not necessarily think of course, like crew, like someone from CLIA or someone from Travel Agency Reviews, that's amazing. So it's not just necessarily our supplier partners, but other partners as well within the travel sphere. That'll be helpful too. Other ways people are mixing up at meetings. I've noticed a couple of smaller meetings happening, like small groups doing maybe 10 or so, doing site visits and different things like that, which I think is helpful to have an in-person meeting, but keep it very small. Other meetings, ideas, or just challenges as you are moving forward in this time. Eddie?
I think several chapters around the country have had the trunk trade show events, kind of a supplier event. Deb Belcheck, I think, maybe did that. Deb, are you on? And can you talk about that a second, maybe? Maybe not. She may be tied up. I know myself, I had to leave a couple of times because this is a recap for me. And so I had a couple of supplier issues and a travel partner call a time or two. So yeah, but at any rate, these trunk events, I think, have been pretty successful too.
Absolutely. Yeah, so one of the challenges that was presented is that suppliers don't have a budget and can't really pay for a meeting. So they're having a hard time finding suppliers. For others who have actually managed to find suppliers, even with their limited budgets, can you give us a few suggestions about that and how we can kind of overcome the lack of budget or the lack of funds available on the supplier side?
So Orange County, ASTA SBN, we've had destination meetings. We've worked with tourist boards and we featured hotels in different destinations. And we asked the hotels to give away hotel nights and we put together packages. And we actually gave away 61 nights of hotel accommodations in the first half of this year. And people are traveling. We gave away 2 cruises that were upgradable. They were like 4-night cruises and people could upgrade them. We only asked for people who had American bank accounts to pay $25 towards our chapter. So usually it was the tourist board that paid $25. Some of them gave us more money because they wanted to. They were appreciative of having the presentation. We've also done gift cards and different prizes, but we kind of said we all understand that we all have limited budget. So what can you do? And in my requests, I only had one hotelier turn down our request to talk, and they turned down because I contacted them about one property and the owner had 7 properties and he wanted to present them all and we didn't have time. So if we repeat the destination, they will present then. So we've had a really good turnout for our meetings, and we just did a survey of our members asking about in-person meetings versus Zoom, and 70% of our people wanted to stay on Zoom calls because they're having access to hoteliers and people that they could not come to our meetings. One of the things the hotels are doing is they're doing live walking tours with an iPhone, walking around, showing us the lobby, showing us their rooms, showing the different dining rooms. And it's been really well received. You get a real feel for the property. So anyway.
Thank you. That's amazing. Just, I think to directly answer the question about budgeting is really asking the hoteliers and other suppliers kind of what they do have to give, because they might not have, be able to give a $500 gift card, but they might have some hotel nights that they can give or certificate for that sort of thing. So that does help overcome some of the budgetary items in that sense. Other suggestions along those lines, or just other challenges that you're having as we are continuing to meet in this not precedented time?
Jasmine, we went ahead and announced our trade show for
I'm sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
But
so
we
you
can-
can hear.
but we
Okay,
could not
'cause
hear Mike.
Oh yeah, Mike, you cut out. I thought it was me. Okay. But I think you said something about a trade show, Mike. I think you might be typing into the chat. But yes, yeah, like if you, depending on what's going on in your area, I think this is where your regional calls, when you have your calls with your regional directors, are actually going to be very beneficial, because your regional calls, your region can help you, chapter presidents within your region can help you find suppliers within that same region. On a call like this, where it's kind of nationally based, we can make generalizations, but when you get down to the regional level, you can say, oh, well, they're meeting so-and-so a state over via Zoom, so they can meet us as well, or you can combine, or you can make plans. So that's why those regional calls are going to be extremely important, because you can get down to a level that we can't, unfortunately, on these types of calls. So other challenges or suggestions for challenges during this time? So Mike said they announced the trade show for next year and got some people to pay immediately so that it would be on this year's budget. I like it. Getting people to pay ahead of time, that's great. And if they have the funds and they're willing to spend them now, that's amazing. So that's a great idea. Yeah. So other challenges while we have, so one of the questions that's been posed to me is fundraisers and ideas to raise money for your chapters, ideas around that. I will say that surprisingly, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the bingo, and I'm happy to send it to you all. The bingo system that we have used, that I used for, I want to say for South Florida, but definitely that I used for AGC last year, it costs you for like 20 cards, or no, 100 cards. For like 100 cards, it's like $20. It's pretty inexpensive. Now, a fundraiser, especially if you like bingo, like I like bingo, you can charge people X dollars, $5, whatever dollars, for a bingo card, give out prizes, do a 50-50 raffle, get a sponsor to do some hotel nights. And that would make a great fundraiser that there's very little upfront cost to the chapters. And it's just a fun thing to do. You can call it has a bingo caller. I will happily share that technology with you, because it doesn't cost much for you to get a whole bunch of bingo cards. You can customize them. You don't have to have it say bingo. You can have it say travel, or whatever it is you want it to say. It does give you a lot of stuff. And so if I were doing a fundraiser for the Ask to Headquarters chapter, I would talk to some sponsors about sponsoring some prizes, get people to pay $5 to $10 per card, and there you go. You have a fundraiser that you can do virtually. And says, how do you have a 50-50 raffle at an online meeting? Oh, this is a perfect question. So have people sign up for the online meeting and put them all in a spreadsheet, give them a number, and then there are probably at least 1 million, I'm not exaggerating, random number generators online. And so you give everyone an assigned number and you can do a random number generator, you know, ticket number 4257. You're the winner of the 50/50 raffle, which you can do that way. And I use random number generators all the time. So I can send you a list of some of my favorite ones, but if you just search Google for random number generator, you'll get a bunch of them. Also, you don't even have to do random numbers. Some of them will do random names. And as far as how you collect the money, so if your chapter has a PayPal or is using some sort of payment system like that, the same way you would collect registrations for a meeting. So I would do if you plan to do a 50/50 raffle at your meeting, I would make entry to the 50/50 raffle as part of signing up for the meeting ahead of time. So for example, it's like, hey, your ticket is X amount of dollars, pick this ticket if you want to enter into the 50/50 raffle. And if you need help setting up registrations and stuff like that, please let me know. I would be happy to assist any chapter with doing fundraisers. I love fundraisers. They're fun. So yes, I can help you with, especially when it comes to technology. When it comes to technology and fundraisers, I've got you covered. So if you need help, then please let me know. And somebody also said Eventbrite can collect and deposit directly into chapter accounts, which is another one that you can use. PayPal, Eventbrite, depending on your bank and depending on your bank account. If you're using a bank, you also have your electronic payment methods, such as you have your Squares, of course, but you also have your Cash Apps and different things like that you can use to send funds directly from your phone. So that's another way to do it as well.
Zelle
So
also.
if you need help with Zelle is a good one. So if you need help with any of that, please let me know. I will happily help you raise funds for your chapter utilizing whatever technology you are most comfortable with. That is kind of my deal. Other questions about fundraising or just challenges in this particular time? All right. Well, this kind of wraps up I don't want to say official portion of our meeting because everything we do is official. So I would like to thank everyone for being here. The last portion of this meeting, the last 45 minutes or so, much like the in-person meeting, is actually just dedicated to remembering someone who I promised you would be on this meeting if he were still here, and that is Bob. So I wanted to provide an opportunity for those of you who did not have a chance to attend the in-person meeting to actually see the video that they played in remembrance of Bob, and then we can share some memories about Bob. So just give me a second to set all of that up for you. This is a video. I will send a link to the video in my follow-up as well. It will also be available. It also is available on YouTube, just in case, sound gets a little wonky, because sometimes when we're trying to do this via Zoom, it gets a little crazy. So just bear with me for a second while I share my screen with you guys, and then I'm also going to change my sound. All right. Let me pause that. Give me 1 second. And are you all in the video? Someone give me a verbal yes.
You're cutting in and out, Jazz.
Oh, 1 second. Let me put this headset away. Okay. There we go. Are you all seeing my screen in the video?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and play it. Great. So, yeah, so that was the travel industry. Oh, sorry. Facebook. And people spend hours online. Facebook wants to talk more about travel advisors, which I think is excellent. Yes, but before, so for those of you who were not able to attend ASTA's global convention, they showed that during the opening general session, which garnered much of the same reaction as it is now. It doesn't get any easier to watch that video. But I just wanted to allow this time, especially for this group, who Bob was so incredibly close to just have some time to share thoughts, feelings, stories, and what have you, as we close the first meeting of the 2021-2022 chapter year. The floor
Well,
is open.
Jasmine, I can handle it now. What I wanted to say while we were at the CPC meeting in Chicago, I wanted to say to everyone, it's an honor for the Delaware Valley chapter to have won the award in Bob's name. And we're so excited. I'm excited. The chapter was thrilled when I told, well, I didn't tell the chapter, but I told the board, and they were elated. So we're honored, and we're going to live up to Bob's legacy with this. And just to let you guys know, Bob was a Philadelphian before and a Delaware Valley person before he moved to Florida. So that's a double treat for us. So I just want to say, you know, we're honored, and we're going to live up to Bob's legacy that he left for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll say, Denise, that he never took on the love of the Florida teams, because he did love those teams up there. So you are right on point when you say that. Also, I just want to mention that a celebration of life is in the works for December the 11th. If you want to put that down tentatively, it will be in Greater Fort Lauderdale on a Saturday, probably 11 to 2. And we are working with one of our wonderful hotel partners here. We'll have more information about that. And I hope many of you can find the chance to join us. It's a great place to be in December in Florida, and to help celebrate Bob's amazing life, both to us all personally and professionally. He is unmatched.
Anyone else? I see some comments that have been made in the chat as well.
Yeah, Jasmine, this is Jim Killen.
Hi, Jim.
Yeah, although this is my first CPC meeting as the new New York City ASTA chapter president, but you know, I've been in the industry for 40 plus years, and I got to know Bob very, very well in my supplier side of the years. And I used to meet Bob quite a bit. He was a fan of one of my former companies I worked for, Club Med, and we held a lot of the meetings for him at some of our Club Meds. But I used to see him around. Funny enough, we had this running joke, because every time I was in the Delta Lounge traveling from place to place, sometimes my wife and I would bump into Bob, and we would sit in the Delta Lounges all around the country. And we always say, like, I can't believe that we bumped into you here again, because he was going somewhere and I was going elsewhere. And that was always very good to see him. And I could say that from the supplier side, when I was there, he was very, very good to us with ASTA. I used to pal around with him sometimes in Florida with another dear friend who passed not too long ago, Jim Smith, who was also from the South Florida. And the three of us would always get together. Jim was like from me, like from Long Island. And, you know, Bob was just so dedicated to all the advisors. He was so dedicated to ASTA. And he used to come to the New York City chapter meetings sometimes and our outings. And he was just a wonderful man. And if nobody on this here really got to know him well, they lost out on meeting a really true gentleman of the industry, and he'll be sorely missed.
Absolutely. Thank you. Anyone else? I see there are some comments in the chat. So if you want to take a look at the chat. So I'm not seeing anybody, but I don't want to rush this or conclude anything, so I'll just go. So part of the reason why I'm in this position where I am is because Ann and Bob made sure that I was at least chapter adjacent. I was chapter adjacent for a number of years before the regional directors who currently sat on the board, Eddie was a part of that group, pushed for me to be full-time with the ASTA chapters. And it's a job that I've always wanted, but was kind of afraid to go out for. So Bob encouraged me to start looking. So I owe that to Bob, among other things. He was just one of the most kind, caring individuals, down to the, I don't even know how to put it. He made sure that, you know, I landed on time. I had some trouble with a plane. He helped me get back home. He made sure I had everything from water to lemon flavored Oreos, which happened to be my favorite. And I will miss that level of care. He cared for my son. He bought baby stuff off my baby registry when he found out I was having a baby. So I will miss that. And I think one of the things that I admire so much about Bob is even when he became a member of the NACTA staff, and then when NACTA came through the ASTA staff, he still maintained his activity in his chapter and was an extremely active member of the South Florida chapter. Not because anyone was paying him to, but because that's how passionate he was about the South Florida chapter and about chapters in general. So I think the best group to carry on his legacy is the chapters, this group, the chapter leadership. So it is my goal to continue to do the things and to be that extra smile and to be that caring person for you all to carry on Bob's legacy. And I invite you to join me in that charge to do the same for your ASTA members. We can be Bob for those who, as much as we can, for those who didn't have a chance to meet him. And I'm not sure if anyone else has anything else they would like to add. Yes, he was a gem among humans, right up there at the top. I definitely agree. Well, it is 3:25. I know that we are a bit early, but I see no point in holding you all, and I will give you back the other, 35 minutes of your day or so. So with that, we will go ahead and conclude this virtual recap of the CPC meeting. Our next official CPC meeting will be in January, date, time, and location to be determined. As soon as I hear from our representatives at Sandals, I promise you I will let you all know. But with that, I will invite Eddie as your chapter president's council chair to give any parting words and officially adjourn the meeting.
Well, once again, it was great to see all of you, so many of you in person in Chicago. That was my first time flying in about 20 months. And I'm sure many of you can maybe say the same thing. And to see everybody in person just went so far. And I think giving us all that little jolt of positivity that we're all looking for. And I look forward to hopefully seeing many of you in Savannah for that event. It is kind of considered, I believe, an SBN event because it was taking the place of an SBN conference that has been rolled into more of a destinational. So I know many of you are signed up for that, and that'll be great. Otherwise, we'll see you in January, and just keep in touch with your team of leaders. We're all 6 of our regional directors and Rhonda as the National Director of the SBN. We're all ready to help you, try to help maneuver and get through this together. And so at 3:27, I'll call the meeting to a close. Thanks so much. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Take care. Thanks, Jasmine.
You're welcome. Welcome to the team.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, everyone, have an awesome week. Jim, I just sent you my contact info.
Yay.
Bye, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm gonna end the meeting now. Bye.